both sides. Opinions left to right while children left to die. From war to rockets, it's a racket that stabilized the debt market. Ask a million dead Iraqis, pregúntale a los palestinos, a los sirios, a los hijos de los desaparecidos. Ask the mother of the child bombed to smithereens. Ask the man who lost his fam to the military machine. Greenback backed up by the arms industry. Best believe blow back or go beyond the Middle East. Hit the streets of America, sunsets on the empire, ojalá. Y y'all,
genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide.
This is a reminder. This is not a conflict. 75 years, the whole world watching. If you took my land, I might have to push you off it. The military complex, making profits. Apartheid, settler colonialism. Millions of people in an open air prison. Gotta be real, we can't call it a war. When the scales are unequal, I'm on the side of the poor. Who got no water, no medical supplies, no electricity, I'm getting sick of all the lies. Corporate media, Western propaganda. In Ferguson, I learned to organize con la ganga. Rest in power to the comrade Bassem. Palestinians gave us classes to deal with tear gases. Shots to the eyes, they shot hundreds in Chile. Trained by IDF to control my village. They monopolized the violence, monopolized the narrative. Free Palestina and the moment is imperative. Shots to my relatives, gotta sing my song. They be killing us just for way too long.
Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide.
Palestina libre. Viva, viva Palestina. Yo, Gaza resiste, no hay paz sin justicia. Si el pan no nos rinde a luchar con el rifle. This is coming your way. Blackouts every day, food rations, kids going hungry. Not a doomsday professor, but if we know the settlers, they won't let up till we all in the ghettos. Gaza tight prisons for all in opposition. Stand up now, homie, this just the beginning. Crisis in the dollar, realign the world powers. War, the only way they resolve their problems. Call us animals, call us savage, grant safe passage, then bomb those processions. Shaded villains, they not capable of agreements. No negotiations, but eso Gaza resiste. If your existence is resistance, it's a fight for your life. Time we all get the message and unite. Stop this.
Genocide, it's a genocide. 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 Genocide, it's a genocide.
солнца я сижу в тишине, чему и рад вполне. Я жду ответа. Больше надежд нету. Скоро кончится лето.
Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL loves Elon Musk, but Jewish voice for peace he calls a terrorist. Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL loves John Hagee, but puts down to the gulag, oh, an angel like me. No, no, they don't keep us safe, rather see us kill. No, no, they don't keep us safe, goddamn the ADL. No, no, they don't keep us that demand the occupation and then free Palestine. No, no, they don't keep us safe, rather see us killed. No, no, they don't keep us safe, goddamn the ADL. No, no, they don't keep us safe, and they never will. No, no, they don't keep us safe, fuck the ADL. Fuck the
ये मुसलमान का खून, ये हिंदू का खून। बता, मुसलमान का कौन सा, हिंदू का कौन सा? बता, साले बनाने वाले ने फर्क नहीं किया, तू कौन आता फर्क करने वाला? I see a state turning to fate turning to hate turning to votes turning to notes. Like a kind of black money with the antidote. Best kind of bloody, yeah, we're bringing the hope. You gotta walk the road, up on your block provoked. And what you're not sure you wanna got block the bone. Where you at? I don't need no gun. I bring the fire and the fury of the third one, son. Time for me, once again. Time for me, time again. What don't get from me? I'm controlled the time again. Time alive. And what you're not sure you wanna go rock the boat. Never will I stop, never will I say die. I said never will I stop, never will I say. Never will I stop, never will I say die. I said never will I stop, never will I. The crap, they call them governance. More than a rap, man, we're reforming governments. Full on attack, man, get with the plan. We're here to pull apart the politicians and the God plan. Yeah, we're saying, but we're saying nothing new. We're just saying you better do the shit you say you're gonna do. None of that fake shit, WWE, cause you know we keep it real like the UFC. मजा आया। 联合起来！
全世界共产者联合起来！
新青年把我中华文化觉醒之火趁势烧起来。
我们穿的衣，我们住的房，哪样不是劳动者所创造的呢？
同学们，历史的重要时刻就要。
Did the captions break? What the fuck?
无论是谁，要是敢荒。
Okay, never mind. I was like, what the fuck? All right, we'll go to the halfway.
从来就没有什么救世主，也不靠神仙皇帝，要创造人类的幸福，全靠我们自己。我们要夺回劳动果实，让思想冲破牢笼。快把那炉火烧得通，是人
我们的目的
才能成功。
一定要达到，我们的目的一定能够达到。
团结起来，到明天，英特纳雄奈尔就一定要实现，这是最后的斗争。团结起来，到明天，英特纳雄奈尔就一定要实现。
Para guardes to the city of Beijing.
So agrees.
是创造了人类世界。
这是在入中华民族史册的一篇。
交给我们是不够了，一切劳动者所有乾隆的太阳照。
实现中华民族的伟大复兴，就是中华民族近代最伟大的作为。
团结起来，到明天。
经过长期努力，中国特色社会主义进入了新时代。
实现，这是最后的斗争。团结起来，到明天，英特纳雄奈尔就一定要实现，英特纳雄奈尔就一定要实现。
伟大、光荣、正确的中国共产党万岁！伟大、光荣、英雄的中国人民万岁！
Stand up, all victims of oppression, for the tyrants fear your might. Don't cling so hard to your possessions, for you have nothing if you have no rights. Let racist ignorance be ended, for respect makes the empires fall. Freedom is merely privilege extended, unless enjoyed by one and all. So come brothers and sisters, for the struggle carries on. The Internationale unites the world in song. So comrades, come rally, for
streets and in the fields. We stand unbound before their armor. We defy their guns and shields. When we fight, provoked by their aggression, let us be inspired by life and love. Although they offer us concessions, change will not come from above. Some commanders and citizens, for the struggle that is won. The international unites the world in song. So long raise our flag, for this is the time of bless. The
Alrighty, everybody, welcome on in to the Unbowed, Unbent, Unbanned Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. We have defeated, I mean, my favorite thing, can we go watch, hey chat, we're gonna do Asmongold Monday. Can we go watch his apology again? Can we go watch his apology again? Because I think one of the things, the reason why Asmongold tries to get Hasan and I banned is because he apologizes a lot. And see, when someone's a coward, they bend down on their knees and they go, please don't, please, please, please. Yes, I'm woke. I promise I'm woke. I'll change. That's Asmongold. And what I like about it is, this is the guy they picked to represent them. And it shows that fundamentally, they know that we can push them around and put them in their place. We can make rules. We can make this myriad woke rules, and Asmongold will just bend down and bend a knee. He says that there's a bunch of stuff he wants to say that he can't say. Which that tells you, first of all, he'll publicly apologize. Like, that's the thing that I like the most, is that he will publicly apologize. This is my favorite Asmongold video because no matter what they do, he bent down and kissed feet and apologized.
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward.
Also, listen to his voice wobbling. I think it was a viral post of mine that actually got him banned. I called him out for doing racism. I don't know. I can't remember. It's because he said, I think it was because he said that Arabs are an inferior culture and he doesn't care if they get genocided or something. Anyway, the point is that I made one tweet. He got banned for 14 days and then he came back groveling. So at the end of the day, I think he knows where we are, right? The soy right. You know what I mean? Like, look at his anime stuffed animals. Oh, holy shit, that's great.
I'm going to try and structure this video into two parts, where the first part is going to be me talking about...
Oh, yeah, I should definitely ban people that are breaking the rules. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, Wakabang, we know you're an Asmongold fan. You know what I mean? Like, we know you're an Asmongold fan. It's so funny because Asmongold fans think that I'm some sort of liberal or something. Bitch, I'm a Marxist-Leninist. We know how to deal with you, okay? Anyway, let's get back to your guy groveling. Let's start the stream with analyzing the Asmongold apology. Hold on. It's Mold Monday. Let's get in there. This is like, again, I want you to know this, chat. This is just like when Trump, after he lost the 2020 election, going like, please don't ban my socials, please don't.
the Twitch suspension. Second part is going to be talking about myself. And the first thing I want to start off with is something that I know it might sound a little bit insincere because of how ridiculous this is, but I really mean it. And if you listen to the whole video...
Oh yeah, the Twitch drama where Asmon going to report to Amazon about Twitch and TechToad wants Twitch to be banned. TechToad is literally a rapist accused by his former partner. And his father is a sex criminal who was cashiered out of the army. Cashiered is when you are forced to resign in disgrace because of your crimes. Holy shit.
I hope you
Partners multiple, thank you. That's a good point.
Everybody who's come and spoken out and talked to me and said stuff about me, you know, aside from the, oh, you should kill yourself or something like that, I want to say that I really appreciate you. And
actually, Asmongold, it's good to hear that you appreciate me. I want you to know I appreciate that you appreciate me. Now, I have what's called self-respect. And if I thought I wasn't wrong, I wouldn't apologize on my hands and knees like this. So I want to congratulate you on being willing to sell out this low, and then also at the same time still be the #1 representative of the soy right. Thank you for being the soy right. You know, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for that. Keep it up. Keep apologizing. I like to hear the sound of you apologizing. You're going to be doing a lot of this in the future.
I think this has been something that's a long time coming, and I actually think that this is something that not only I deserved, but it's also something that I needed.
Agree. I don't know why you're still mad over it. I agree. You deserved it. So why are you mad? Why are you trying to get me in trouble, Asmongold? I don't get it. You deserve the ban, according to your own admission. What's going on, man? Come on.
And I want to talk about what the reason for that is, but I want to start off and just make sure that that's actually very clear.
By the way, in case you're wondering, what you're seeing on your screen right now is the Twitch equivalent of this. This is when the Red Army raised the flag over the Reichstag in World War II, when the Nazi forces were finally crushed and beaten underfoot by the communists in Berlin. This is the Twitch equivalent of what you're watching right now.
So a couple of days ago, I made some comments about Palestine and also about Hamas and, you know, some just general, you know, basically opinions that were...
TechToad thinks Twitch should get rid of politics. TechToad, you're a rapist! TechToad, you're a rapist! Shut the fuck up! You illiterate dumb fuck with a botted account. Everybody knows it. You're the most botted account on Twitch. Shut the fuck up.
Or trivializing the genocide that's happening there.
Can you cover his dad? Yeah,
I don't really want to like mince words or like try to like, oh, I wasn't justifying or, you know, promoting it. I said something about it that was disgusting. I said that I didn't care about innocent people getting killed by another force, by anything. And
listen to Anders Nordic. He wants you to know, again, he wants you to know he apologizes. He apologizes for his racism. Calling someone a rapist with no proof? What do you mean? He was accused. He was literally accused of sexual assault by his partners.
That's a horrible, disgusting, mean-spirited thing to say. And I don't necessarily think that it was really racist, really. But when I'm using language like Palestinians or like the people there, rather than what my real language was, I've always been very outspoken and very against religious extremism. And I still am. I think that any religion and any way of thinking that's going to cause you to put other people in like kind of positions below you as like, you know, like gay people, women, people with disabilities.
I mean... I want to say, thank you, Asmongold, for being so woke. I agree with you that women and people with disabilities and black people are all equal. Thank you, Asmongold. I have something else for you to read while you're reading it. I have some more stuff for you to read. Real quick. Israel has what's called the nation-state law. it says that the right to exercise national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people, and Jewish settlement as a national value. So they're basically saying in Israel, if you're not Jewish, you're a second-class citizen. But for Israeli Arabs, who make up 1/5 of Israel's 9 million citizens, the new law was a slap in the face. When the law passed, Arab parliamentary members ripped up copies of the bill and shouted apartheid on the floor. That Israel had passed a law of Jewish supremacy and told us that we will always be second-class citizens. It's kind of crazy that Asmongold supports this, right? Like, isn't that kind of crazy? I guess in America, right? Like, we're not allowed to criticize that, Israel, because Asmongold doesn't want me to criticize Israel for killing kids, right? He thinks that that's extremist to criticize Israel for killing kids. But he likes the fact that in Israel, he would be a second-class citizen. That's why we spend $330 billion on Israel. You know when you guys pay taxes? Now, I know a lot of Asmongold viewers don't pay taxes. But you know the rest of us who pay taxes? A large portion of it goes to Israel. In fact, in Texas, where Asmongold lives, a local municipality... A local municipality didn't want to send $4 million to Israel because they wanted to fix a hospital in their town. And Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, forced them to send $4 million to Israel. And they want to make a law to make it illegal. So when your roads are fucked up or your hospital's overcrowded, just remember, people like Asmongold forced millions of dollars to be taken out of their community and sent to Israel to kill kids. So even if you don't care about killing kids, which you fucking scumbag, how can you not care about that? They're taking your money, dummy, and they're sending it abroad. And the thing is with Asmongold, right? Asmongold only exists because of welfare. Because of programs that helped his family make it, and he won the lottery, It's like somebody on welfare who buys a lottery ticket and wins, and then goes out and says how he's he's there by merit. It's like, bitch. And then is like, I want to advocate for cutting welfare. Like, what an insane fucking hypocrite.
Anything like that. I think that that's a really bad position to have, and I really don't like that. And I think that my problem and my fault here was that I was making
the guy defending Tecto to chat had sex stuff on his profile, not TOS friendly. Yeah, you just report him for his lolly porn or whatever. I mean, Tectone is literally just a guy who everybody knows who he is instantly. So if you're a fan of Tectone, I mean, you're like one of those black-pilled incels who really hates women. You know what I mean? There are people who, and by the way, if you're a black-pilled incel, 90% of the time, the reason why you're an incel is because of your personality and beliefs and not your looks. That's honest to God. They're usually the reason. Because you put off this desperate bubbling anger at women, they're freaked out by you, and they should be. If you admit it to yourself.
Criticism of religious extremism, and I made no effort, and I feel like almost I've rewatched the clip, right, or a number of the clips, and it's like I've almost made an effort not to draw a distinction between the two things. I think that a lot of us here can easily say that we're against religious extremism.
You understand that Israel is a religious extremist state that believes in Jewish supremacy. And when I say Jewish supremacy, I don't just mean they're anti-Muslim. They're also anti-Christian. This is not they're killing Gazan Christians. They're bombing the Catholic Church in Gaza. They're bombing the Greek Orthodox churches in Gaza. They're killing nuns. They're killing priests. They're killing regular grandmas, just like your grandma. They spit in our faces. So if you don't like religious extremism, then you probably shouldn't like a religious extremist state. And you know who's in power right now? It's called the Jewish Power Party. The Jewish Power Party. who believes it's Jewish supremacy. I mean, do you want to learn about this shit? Like, let's learn about this stuff. Look what you guys are supporting, man. You want, and they're coming to America to make it illegal to criticize Israel. You want to live in a country where it's illegal to criticize Israel? Support Asmongold. You want to send your tax dollars to fucking Israel? Support Asmongold. Pathetic, dude. And like they use words like Conist. What does Conist mean? Kane held the view that most Arabs living in Israel are the enemies of Jews and Israel itself, and believe that a Jewish theocratic state where non-Jews have no voting rights should be created. You are spending $330 billion to support a fucking Jewish supremacist state where you'll have no rights? And if you want to talk about fascism, they celebrate mass murderers. Like, this is who you guys are supporting with your tax dollars instead of Greg Abbott threatens Texas City over resolution criticizing Israel. We follow the lead of the World Health Organization, United Nations, Save the Children, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, His Holiness Pope Francis, more than 150 countries, and countless other organizations in the United States and around the world in calling for a ceasefire, because what happens internationally impacts our constituents locally. We believe in the shared humanity of all people, reiterate that all people are entitled to live in safety and free from violence, and affirm these as common values held by San Marcos residents and leaders. The resolution notes that San Marcos residents' tax dollars funded more than $4 million of Israel's weapon purchases in 2024. It says San Marcos stands to benefit from the reallocation of local funds toward essential domestic priorities such as transportation, education, housing, healthcare, environmental protection, public goods and services, which currently face neglect due to state and federal appropriations to Israel's military. $4 million from this small town.
And I am, but whenever I categorize everybody in the area as this like group, then I'm the asshole, and I was the asshole. I had a lot of you guys tell me that, and it's taken me. This is what's so crazy about it.
This is what Asmongold likes. The House set to vote Monday, H.R. 867, the IGO Anti-Boycott Act, which would punish Americans with fines of up to $1 million or prison terms of 20 years for participating in boycotts of Israel or Israeli settlements that are promoted by international governmental organizations, IGOs, such as the UN or EU. So in other words, Asmongold wants to make it illegal for you not to buy Israeli goods. This is what the Republicans are. This is the Asmongoldian politics. Now notice that Asmongold's followers and viewers will never talk about this because they're stupid. You think they're going to let you say the N-word in your fucking private Discord calls when they're done with you? Do you think they're going to let you say anti-Jewish shit in your private Discord messages when they're done? They're going to find you. So you better get ready to sit down and bow down to Israel if Asmongold gets his way. And by the way, that's what Asmongold's trying to do. Asmongold wants to work with these people to try to stop us who are opposed to Israel stealing our tax dollars. Because he's such a dumb fuck that he called for the genocide of the Palestinians on their behalf. Is he being paid? I'm not allowed to boycott a foreign nation. I mean, in America, I'm allowed to burn the American flag, which is one of the best things about America, is that we have a country where burning the American flag is your fucking right. Because if I want to say fuck you to the president or fuck you to our government, I absolutely can. But now I can't criticize Israel? I can burn an American flag in America, but I can't burn an Israeli flag? What the fuck are you talking about?
Is that I think this has been going on now for like 2 years. I think that I've been slowly...
Bro can't have a debate with anyone, so he resorts to debating with a pre-recorded video in which nobody can respond, and he's only talking... It's called a stream, you dumb fuck. He literally refuses to debate Hasan. Hasan says, debate me, Asmongold, and Asmongold ran away. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, the pre-recorded video is Asmongold apologizing. Asmongold apologizing. Don't call it pre-recorded video. Just saying he's watching Asmongold apologize to the wokes again. All right. Now, I'm not a woke, but I do find it hilarious when Asmongold had to bend down and get on his hands and fucking knees. Like, this guy won't brush his teeth, but he will apologize to the wokes. Have you seen that Asmongold named multiple characters after a Nazi Norwegian terrorist? Yeah, I know. Isn't he worried? Like, this is the thing that's funny. Like, he's attacking us. He doesn't think... Isn't he worried that they're not going to come after him? Is he kissing their ass because he's scared? I mean, he does that often, but...
And so anyway, and let's call you. I'm not going to talk. Like, why would I talk to Hasan so he can lie and make up a bunch of bullshit like he did with Ethan? I'm not.
What did he lie? What did he make up? See, this is the thing about Asmongold. He just says shit, and he thinks you're too dumb. I mean, listen, if we're talking about Asmongold's community, like, he's right. They are dumb as fuck. They are dumb as fuck. He's defending Ethan Klein. All I know is that it is really funny that the neo-Nazi communities, that, you know, the people who try to dog whistle and try to be like, I'm a big racist and I believe in white supremacy, blah blah blah, they're all like the public servants of Israel's Zionist projects. Like, like, you're not even America first, you're Israel first, dude. You're Israel first. Oh. Ugh. Doesn't that stick in your craw? I mean, like, you're fighting to be second-class citizens in your own country. At least I'm fighting for people to be equal, right? Like, I'm not fighting for people to be put over me. I'm fighting for people to be treated equally around the world. But I'm not going to allow people to put me in a second-class citizenship. And this is what this motherfucker, he's like, please, Israel, tell me what to do, Israel. Censor my speech, Israel. The most pathetic cock. Holy shit. Yeah, Dennis, I saw that.
I'm not going to talk to Hasan. I'm not going to go and be like, okay,
yeah, I saw that,
let's explain what it is. I'm watching the clip. I'm not going to explain this. I'm not going to have somebody lie to me. I have no interest.
I'm getting drama fatigue. You're stupid. Just leave forever. Just unfollow. You're stupid. The entire point is they're trying to censor us, you dumbass. They're trying to get us all banned and charged with crimes for saying that Israel's doing a genocide, you dumb cuck. Shut the fuck up.
Not even a slight desire to have any conversation about it whatsoever. You are expressing...
Like, the problem with Asmongold is he thinks I'm like a liberal that is, you know, who's doing Mr. Kumbaya shit. I'm not a liberal. I don't care about convincing you. You showed yourself to be a pathetic fucking loser who apologizes on your hands and knees and doesn't stand on business. You don't stand on your business. You don't stand on your business, Asmongold. You banded down and you kissed our feet once. You'll do it again.
Material support for a terrorist organization. You do so on a daily basis, and that's it. It's literally that simple. It's obvious. And so anyway, I'm like that. Yeah. And so no, I have no intention of talking or discussing things with anybody. That's it.
I'm so tired of drama. Can't you read me the Communist Manifesto in monotone voice? I've literally even done that. That's the thing that's funny. I've literally read from the Communist Manifesto and been like, isn't it crazy how relevant this is today? Like, actually, we should do that for a second. A lot of people be like, I hate commies, but they never even really, they don't even know what communism even argues or says. It's because they were programmed by like rich people's propaganda and they didn't have the self-respect to read this shit on their own. You know what I mean? Like, here, I'll give you a quote from my favorite quote from the Communist Manifesto. And tell me it's not extremely relevant. The bourgeoisie, the rich, cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Is that not happening right now with this AI shit? Are they not saying like, oh, you thought that you were a coder? You learned to code? You lost your job in manufacturing and you learned to code? Well, here's an LLM, and we're not going to... The LLM, we're going to use taxpayer dollars to build these data centers. Right? They're going to use $500 billion of federal taxpayer dollars to build data centers for AI, and then they're going to take away your job and leave you unemployed, and you're going to get absolutely nothing out of it. So your tax dollars are being paid to be given to private individuals so they can own AI data farms that produce slop. There are skilled translators and language technicians and language teachers that are now losing their jobs in Duolingo because Duolingo, the app, is going to replace them with fucking AI. So these people went to school, they studied hard, they learned multiple languages, they got a job helping people learn more languages, and they're losing their jobs for AI. Does AI know how to learn languages? Conservation of the old modes of production in an altered form was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. This is basically Marx is describing how under capitalism, nothing ever stays the same. Everything changes, and the rich are always taking more. All fixed, fast frozen relations with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away. All new formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned. And man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. In other words, nothing is sacred to capitalism. That's why we have OnlyFans everywhere. Because the intimate relations that we once prized as like really, listen, I just want to say this to begin with, just so nobody tries to do woke of the day bullshit with me. I support sex workers. I support their right to survive the way they want and create the content they want. And I don't shame them in any way. I'm just describing the reality that under capitalism, they have fully fucking commodified even a woman's sexuality or anybody's sexuality. It's fully commodified. There's a label on it. You sell it. And so just shut the fuck up about trying to be woke of the day. I'm preempting your dumb argument so I can talk about reality. Anyway, everything is for sale now. And you have these conservative Asmongold fans that come in here and go like, women at OnlyFans, meh, 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 where the average OnlyFans person makes a couple $100s a month. So not only are people selling their most intimate sexual images, they're also not even making good money off of it. Only the very, very top of OnlyFans makes any good money. The people that make money are the, quite frankly, and this is why I oppose OnlyFans. I oppose OnlyFans because they give millions of dollars to Israel. That's why I oppose it. I oppose OnlyFans because the OnlyFans owner pledged $11 million to the Israel lobby. You oppose it because you hate women. I oppose it because they're giving $11 million to fucking Israel. We are not the same. Sex workers themselves talk about when society gets more dire, they tend to see people who are more and more desperate for human connection, even in a non-sexual context. A lot of sex workers are basically therapists. Yeah, of course. That's the other thing. Like, people like Asmongold are where they are because of these fucking scumbags, man. Anyway, let's go back to Asmongold apologizing. My favorite video of yours, Asmon.
Into the most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty, like just callous, psychopathic version of myself.
Everything this guy says will be slanted in a particular way. Everything. So is that listening to facts? The difference between me and Asmongold is he lies to you about not having a perspective, and I tell you the truth about my perspective. That's the difference between you and me, Asmongold and myself. Asmongold has a perspective. He lies to you and pretends to be objective. Anybody who pretends to be objective online is a liar. Okay? Now, it doesn't mean that I lie. I tell you the truth. I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm not trying to trick you. I just have a perspective from a long experience. And I think you should value people that tell you the truth about what they believe, not people that lie and manipulate you for their own benefit. And I think that whoever told you that it's good... Like, do you think Fox News is fair and balanced, or do you think Fox News has a perspective? Fox News has a perspective. Does that mean that Fox News is lying about everything they say? No. I think this apology video and then seeing his position now proves he's a narcissistic liar. He's aware of the correct position to have. First of all, it's not about correct position or not. I don't care whether you think it's correct or not. The reality is that Asmongold, just like the Nazis did, bent the knee. Okay? When the going got tough, he let his real opinions come out. He thinks that Arabs should be genocided so that Israeli supremacists can attack Christians. Right? That's what he wants. He wants American tax dollars to flow to Israel. $330 billion of taxpayer dollars have gone to Israel. That's what Asmongold supports. All right? I'm the anti $330 billion to Israel. I want that money so that we don't have homeless people on our streets, so that our streets don't have fucking potholes. I'm tired of these right-wing scumbags like Asmongold. They live in Texas where the power grid can't even stay on when it gets cold. They're sending trying to make it illegal to criticize Israel. Fuck you, dude. And Asmongold is trying to say, like, oh, there's things that I want to say. Say it. Say it, bitch. Say it. Say it. What are you scared of? Say it. It's not illegal to say what you want to say. Say it. What are you afraid of? At least tell me what topic it is. What topic is it that you're not being allowed? He stated during the Hasan Ethan debate that he supports Palestinian more than Israel. No, he doesn't. No, you don't. You support Israel, Asmongold, because you're trying to ban the people that actually have a chance of fucking with Israel, which means the left is the only group that's going to stop funding Israel, not the right. The right wing is all captured by Israeli lobby money. Look at Donald Trump. He's crawling on his hands and knees for Netanyahu. They had a spy that they just fired who then immediately went to work that was working in the American government, that was a spy and got caught. And then he just went and worked for Israel at the UN, and Trump didn't even arrest him. You guys are on your hands and knees for Israel, you fucking cuck. His whole stream last Saturday was about saying this N-word. Say it. Say it. Why are you scared? You care about advertisers? Then say the fucking word. Don't be such a pussy. Come to Chicago? Okay, send me your name and address and face. You fucking pussy. The difference between you and me is I have an address and I'm prepared, bitch. Fucking come by. Swing by, bitch. Swing by. That would be my fucking dream. But you're an online Asmongold fan. You ain't gonna do shit. I'll call the cops on you. Oh, I'll call the cops on you. That's the level of threat. That's the level of threat of the Asmongold viewer. You're anonymous, bitch. You're anonymous. Also, okay, I want to teach you guys about... Can somebody send me the clip of Asmongold saying that I called for violence? Meanwhile, his audience actually comes in and uses violence. I was using the metaphor and metaphoric language, which is why I will not be banned. And if I am banned, if I do end up getting banned for metaphoric language, it's because you guys cried so much like babies. But guess what? Nothing I said was wrong at all. I was talking about the carrot and the stick. It's a English language idiom. You learn about idioms in 5th grade. I don't know if Asmongold made it. You have very low IQ. I'm sorry to say.
I think that I've been devolving into this. And a lot of my friends have told me this. My dad has told me this. He said, you've got to chill out. You've got
All right, I'm going to play this clip. By the way, if I'm scared, how come this guy's tweeting about me from behind a block? Why is this guy tweeting about me from behind a block? If I'm the scared one, why won't he engage in debate? All right, let's see. Let's watch this. Let's watch what Asmongold says.
Put a bounty out on Destiny?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I did not put a bounty on Destiny. I made a joke after Destiny was taunting. Hey, guys, what happened in the so-called bounty incident was that Destiny was taunting a group of civilians who had a white flag who got gunned down by Israel. Hey, Asmongold is defending Israel again. Asmongold is defending a bunch of it was a bunch of like grandpas who were trying to go rescue their family from the front lines in Gaza, and they were all civilians wearing white flags, like carrying white flags, like, we're just trying to rescue our family. They're in their apartment and there's a battle nearby, and they had a white flag and they were just like, please don't shoot us. And Israel snipers aimed and fired precise shots, killing them on camera. That's what Asmongold is bringing up. Asmongold loves Israel. He wants Jewish supremacy. He wants your tax dollars to be taken and spent on Israel. He wants Zionism to be able to kill 2 million people, which they just said today that they're doing. They just said today that they're going to capture all of Gaza under a new plan. Here it is. Here's the news. Here's the starving people begging for food because they haven't allowed any food into the Gaza Strip since March. And guess what? They destroyed all the agricultural land, all the farms in Gaza, all the greenhouses. They blew them all up. So they can't make any food, and they don't allow any food in. And again, he claims to be more pro-Palestine than Israel. Liar. This is such a clear acknowledgement that these losers think Ethan Klein lost it. Of course Ethan Klein lost the debate.
I like Ethan. I think Ethan, out of all the streamers that I cover, is the one I like the most.
First of all, Jesus Christ, liking Ethan Klein? Liking Ethan Klein? Oh my God. Like, listen, I can understand not liking me. I can understand not liking Hasan. I can really understand not liking Asmongold. I can understand not liking Destiny. But liking Ethan Klein? I think of all those streamers I just mentioned, he's the worst. He's the least likable. Holy shit. That's why Ethan needs 5 people around him on his stream, because he can't carry a stream on his own. Like, he can't just, like, Ethan Klein could never just do a stream by himself and have it be entertaining. Like, he needs to have 8 different people handing him all the shit because he sucks at this. What do you mean you like Ethan Klein? What? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Because I don't fucking laugh when I watch a stream. I don't laugh at streamers. No one's funny.
Okay, it makes sense.
I'm trying to think where I laugh. If I laugh, it's because they're like some funny video came up. Ethan Klein, when I watch him, he has a bunch of good ones. Even in his fucking content.
Wait, is this guy's full-time job to be a stalker? Did Destiny pay this kid to be a stalker now? Is that what's happening? All right. Oh god, that's funny.
Content, he's pretty funny, right? He's talented at making videos, right? So at least he has something to back up, you know, over other
videos
streamers, and he does good ones. I don't know. I think he's funny. I don't think he's an amazing human being or anything. I'm not like, you know, sucking him off. But like out of all the
Hasan went over this last night on his stream. Can someone link me that so I could react to Hasan and grow my stream even more? Thank you, Ethan Klein, by the way. One of my favorite things about this is like the reason why apologizing Asmon, that's his new name, Apology Asmon. Get on your knees, Asmon. You've got another apology to give.
Calm down. I've been like, oh, that old man doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've finally had some level of accountability for that. And
accountability, Asmon. Get on those knees. Apologize again. Apologize again. Apologize again. Apologize again.
Thank God. I look back at some of the things that I've said and done over the past 2 years, and I don't think that I've been wrong about everything, obviously, right? But there have been ways that I've communicated and ways that I've acted that are indefensible. And I
agree. Apologize more. Keep apologizing.
It's, looking back on it, it's just disgusting. And It's something that when you get lost in the sauce and you get fixated around like listening.
Wait a minute,
and
chat.
reading.
He literally got lost in sauce? Wait, what kind of sauce did he get lost in? Oh wait, he can understand metaphoric language? Wait a minute. Chat, he understands metaphoric language. Wait a minute. Because I said carrot and the stick, and he didn't seem to understand that. But here he's using a metaphor. Suddenly he got it. Oh, suddenly he got it.
Feedback and, you know, just getting hyper fixated. This is like your entire life. You lose a perspective on reality, and you lose a perspective on the world.
Now, I couldn't agree more. I mean, this guy thinks he's more pro-Palestine than pro-Israel when he attacks. And Ethan Klein, this is one of the things that Ethan Klein said. This is wow, that's disgusting. We love Jewish people here on this stream, by the way. We love the Jews. Perspective on reality when you lose a perspective on the world. I would never say something like this. You know, this guy's so, I mean, he acknowledges that he's delusional. Like, you know what I mean? It's crazy. He's apologizing. He calls himself disgusting, and he says he's delusional. I mean, like, I agree. Also, look at the trash. What, you can't get a trash bag and just walk around your room for 5 fucking minutes?
World. And I think that perspective was brought into perspective yesterday and the day before, when I was making comments like
this. Look at mine.
And
I have my statue. I got my favorite cryptid, the Squonk, which is right here. This is my Democracy Now! Hat. Here's the hat where, let's see, we've got my favorite video game character, Luigi. I'm a big Luigi's Mansion fan. That's a really good video game I like a lot, Luigi. What else? What else is there? What are you talking about?
I feel
hang some art. Oh yeah, I'm doing a remodel. Like, we are proceeding apace. I'm getting my studio. Like, I was working on it yesterday. Public transport still sucks. You're kind of making me want to pivot. You're kind of making me want to pivot into like other content. You know what? Let's watch some. I want to show you what it looks like in a country that isn't a piece of shit like America. You're gonna tell me that this is worse than Texas? Can someone show me some Texas videos? Because like you're gonna tell me this is worse than Texas?
It's so convenient, which is the case for the vast majority of people you see here. I've learned over the years...
hold on, sorry.
I ride a bike pretty much every day here in Amsterdam. But to be totally honest, I don't even like bicycles that much. I do it because I'd be crazy not to when it's so convenient, which is the case for the vast majority of people you see here. I've learned over the years that there really aren't that many car people, bike people, or train people. The vast majority of people just want to get from point A to point B conveniently and efficiently.
And cheap.
Which is why cities need to make it easy to use transportation methods that make the city a better place to live. Now, that being said, there are still a few people who have a preferred form of transportation that...
My number one form of public transportation that I like the most is a tram. What you're seeing on screen right now, basically a tram is a small train that travels on surface streets, and it tends to open at ground level. So like you don't have to you don't have to go into a fucking like metro station.
Goes beyond just
the tram stops right at where you're going, and they're spacious, they're comfortable, they're fast. And yeah, they're the best.
Convenience, and I happen to be one of those people because I love trams. They're my absolute favorite form of transportation within cities. So when
this is like, look at this. You're telling me that Texas is better than this? You'd legitimately rather be at a massive, you'd rather be in this? This is the difference between a city with public transportation that's good and clean, and this is America. This is Houston. Like I understand why people drive a lot in America, because it's like you can't walk anywhere because it's just giant fucking parking lots. And they're all empty, by the way. Notice how all these parking lots are fucking wasted space and empty.
Visit a new city, the first thing I do is take a tram and look out the window to get a feel for the place. But the benefits of trams go beyond transportation, and I actually think that trams make urban places fundamentally better. Which is why I firmly believe
this is what I want our country to look more like. I want to be able to drive. I have a car. I like cars. I'm a huge fan of cars. But I also would like to be able to just walk out of my place, jump on a tram, go down to the fucking, my local spot, and hang out with people, whether it's a coffee shop or a fucking game store or a bar or a nice restaurant. I want to be able to just hop on a tram, go there, and not have to deal with fucking Ubering, not have to deal with fucking like parking my car and then worrying I'm going to get like drink too much and then get a fucking DUI. And in America, 9 times out of 10, I'm either going to have to drop 50 fucking bucks on an Uber, or I'm going to have to like not be able to drink and hang out because I have my fucking car to deal with. It fucking sucks. And like, I like having a car sometimes. I like going to Costco. I like going to and filling up on a lot of fucking, I don't know, a 50 pack of ice cream bars. I don't know. You get my point. I love that shit. I'm American. I like going and get my $1.50, quarter pound hot dog and soda. I get it. I'm American. But I also would like to not have to be involved in like filthy buses that are like always late and always overcrowded. It doesn't cost that much to have a society that's functional, man.
If you want to create a truly great
city... And this is what Asmongold is fighting against. Because Asmongold doesn't have any, like, real friends. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the only people that hang around Asmongold are people trying to fucking siphon off of him. I actually pity the guy. I actually pity Asmongold, and I pity his fucking audience. Like, even though he's trying to like ruin my life right now, I still pity him. He's a pitiable man. Tectone is just pure scum. You know, so it is what it is. Asmongold is a pitiable guy. And like the only people that hang around him are people trying to steal his clout and siphon it off of him. Which I understand why he's so jaded then.
Need to be building tram lines. And then you can hear the tram network here in Amsterdam is pretty great, certainly in and around the city center, but also in many suburban neighborhoods as well. I find that for many places I'd like to go to, there's usually a tram stop nearby, which is really convenient. The stops are simple but functional, and they have screens that let you know when the next tram is coming. All of the trams are now the modern low-floor kind, so there's level boarding with the platform, which makes it really easy and quick to get on board. The trams are reasonably spacious and comfortable, and
I started laughing because Dutch. Look at how dumb this language is. Dutch is the worst language. I love the Netherlands. But it sounds like something unholy happened between English and German. And so when I saw Dutch, I started to laugh while I was drinking water. But it's like Central Station.
Though the seats aren't exactly...
It's like English if it had a concussion. I think it's like if English and German had a kid, but English and German are first cousins.
Luxurious, they're perfectly fine for short distances. And it's great to look out the window. It's one of my favorite ways to see the city. Because if I see something interesting, I can just get off at the next stop and walk there easily, making it a great way to find new places.
Nothing is funnier than Finnish duct. Why are you saying a different language? Back up my point. Don't make a different point.
The trams in Amsterdam have LCD screens like this one that clearly show which stations are coming next and which other lines are available at each stop, so it's hard to get lost. The trams are pretty quick too. They stop fairly
Look how nice this is. You're telling me this sucks? Like, no, seriously, Asmongold fans that are in the chat trying to bait drama. You think this looks bad? You think this looks bad? You think this looks like shit? You don't like this? And by the way, I'm a Pennsylvanian, you know? I was riding quads when I was 10 years old.
Often, but because they're electric, they accelerate quickly between stops, and the ride is very smooth. Trams are a critical part of the Amsterdam transportation network, so they even keep them open during major road construction. I love a city that's serious about their tram service. But the absolute best part is that all of the traffic lights have transit signal priority, so as soon as the tram gets close to the signal, it turns green to let us go through. Okay, well, technically not a green light, but two vertical white dots, but you get the idea. I routinely take trips around Amsterdam where the tram never stops at a red light once. We rarely get stuck in traffic either because most tram lines have dedicated lanes. So while there might be a traffic jam for cars, the tram sails right past them. So there are many times when it's faster for me to take the tram than to drive, especially during rush hour. These dedicated lanes are also used by emergency
they'll tell you that that Americans live better than this, by the way.
Significantly reduces emergency response times.
By the way, if you want to drive, you get to drive, but here's the thing. The people that don't want to drive don't have to, so they're off the road. So paradoxically, this is the funniest part about cities like this. I spent a lot of time in Vienna, Austria, and when I drive, it is even like I'm able to get where I want to go faster because so many people who don't want to drive are able to take trams. So the roads are clear. And when I don't need to drive, I don't, because I don't want to deal with parking. So the only times I'll drive is when the, like say I'm going from one part of the city to the other and it's like the transit doesn't have like a very direct route and I want to shave like 10, 20 minutes off the trip, then I'll drive, which happens occasionally, right? Like, you know, if you're going from suburb to suburb, a lot of the time it can be faster to drive, but that's rare. That's like once a month, if lucky. So I'm like cutting out 95% of my car trips.
The reason why
America only invested in military, not infrastructure. So what do we expect? Did you guys hear that Donald Trump is cutting funding for cancer research? It is spending $150 billion on the military. Now, I know Asmongold was taunting the Houthis and was like, can you imagine being in a canoe? Well, what he was mad at Hasan for was saying that the Houthis have penetrated the Iron Dome. He called that propaganda, but that's just news. That's what happened. The poorest country in the world launched a rocket and hit the Israeli airport through the Iron Dome, through the THAAD missile defense system. By the way, did you know the U.S. sent 2 of our most expensive anti-ballistic missile defense systems to Israel? And they cost $1 billion each, and we only have like 7 of them. So we were reducing our anti-ballistic missile defense to prop up Israel. Did you guys know that, Asmongold fans? Did you know that you're now more vulnerable to a fucking rogue nuclear strike so that we could protect Israel from the genocide consequences? Why are you such a cuck for Israel? I don't get it. Why are you guys cucks for Israel? Can you guys explain to me why you're cucks for Israel? Come on. I let you chat. It's supposed to be America first. This is the worst part of the right wing in America. The worst part of the right wing in America is they're not even really nationalists. At least other countries actually have nationalists that care about their country. Our fucking nationalists don't even care about America. They hate America. They actually hate the fact that we're diverse. They hate the fact that, you know, our country was built by immigrants. They hate the fact that they're probably a fucking immigrant. And it's like, God damn, what a pathetic country, dude. Asmongold apologized a second time? No. He didn't. I don't want to lie to you, chatter. I was just laughing at his last groveling apology. You are projecting? In what way? What are you talking about? How am I projecting? What are you talking about? You guys hate this country. You want to stop us from speaking. You want to end free speech, which is supposed to be the thing you guys cared about the most.
Vienna, 2/3 of the.
Here, I would have. Yeah.
Cities should have.
I'm gonna force the Asmongold people to look at what I want our country to be like, and then I'm gonna go back to making fun of Asmongold for bending the knee and apologizing and groveling.
Dedicated lanes for public transit pretty much everywhere they can.
That's the main reason Asmongold doesn't like us, right? It's because he bends the knee so much, and he feels the pressure of bending the knee. And he can't imagine being brave and saying what you think, right? Like, I don't like the fact that America is allying with Israel and killing a bunch of kids, right? So I say it, even though there's very powerful people that want that to happen. Asmongold could never. So he's mad that, you know, he claims to be more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli, but he's mad that we're willing to risk shit. So he's going to try to like punish us because he's a sellout. So he wants to punish everybody who isn't selling out, right? What a pathetic fucking loser you are, dude. Like, if you want to, I don't want to say the N-word, but you do. Then fucking say it, bitch. God, stop being such a coward. I mean, Elon Musk fucking bots his way to the top of the POE leaderboard, and you cucked yourself for him. Like, come on, have some self-respect.
But when access for emergency vehicles isn't required, tram tracks can run over grass, which makes the city look so much nicer. Seriously, look at how much better this looks compared to an asphalt street. I love grassy tram tracks. Trams are also electric, so they don't pollute the city air, and their low rolling resistance and high passenger capacity makes them one of the most energy-efficient forms of transportation available. This makes it so much nicer to be in a city with trams rather than a city with a lot of cars and buses. The Amsterdam tram network is entirely run by renewable energy, which is incredibly important not only for climate change, but also to reduce European dependence on imported fossil fuels.
Well, that's the thing. Asmongold wants us to have to bend our knee to Saudi Arabia because they export oil. Like, that's the thing about Asmongold's politics. And, like, I want us to be independent. That's the thing. It's funny because, like, he claims to be America first, but real America first would be building windmills, solar panels, and nuclear plants so that we didn't have to buy 1 barrel of oil from fucking Saudi Arabia or even Mexico. Or even Canada, where America had very cheap electricity that was renewable. Well, it wasn't spewing fucking pollution into our air, and we weren't dependent on these foreign countries. That's what happened in the 70s. That's what destroyed America's like labor union movement, is because there was the Arab oil embargo. They cut us off from oil, so you literally couldn't buy it at the fucking gas station. America was fucking humiliated. We went through recession and inflation called stagflation. Now, this is called history. This is something you don't learn from Asmongold. But Asmongold and Donald Trump are bought by the fossil fuel industry, so they take bribes, so they go around going drill, baby, drill. But what happens with that oil? Does that go to Americans? No, they export it. They export that oil. So when we pump oil out of America and it pollutes our water and our air, and you build pipelines everywhere that spill, and then we get the pollution when it goes to the refinery to be refined to petroleum products. You know what happens to that shit? We have to bid against the Chinese. We have to bid against Europeans. We have to bid against the Japanese on our own fucking oil. So we get all the pollution, we get all the fucking carcinogenic chemicals, and then they export it to the highest bidder. This is the pathetic Asmongold energy policy. This is the and by the way, Asmongold doesn't really care about politics, right? He just likes to use politics as an excuse to insult people because he's a fucking rat.
Modern trams are relatively quiet too, as they're equipped with active sound dampening and other technical improvements. They're still not silent, of course, but they're much quieter than the same number of people transported by car or bus. That horrific wheel slip common in older designs has been mostly solved in modern trams through wheel lubrication, advanced wheel assemblies that can turn independently, and improvements in track design. And those beautiful grassy tram tracks actually absorb sound too, which makes them even better. Trams can provide rapid transit to urban areas, but they can also run at high speed to suburban areas or other cities in the region. And trams can be linked together to easily double capacity where needed. Trams can be double-decker for added capacity as well, though Hong Kong is the only place that still has these in regular operation, as they're less practical. They're an amazing way to see the city, though. And only a tram could fit down these ridiculously narrow streets in Lisbon. There are also tram trains, which can run on standard train lines outside of the city, providing interurban service, and then serving as trams for local service when they get inside the city. And trams can run underground if required, which makes them more like a metro train. I used to live in Brussels, where they have several of these trains called pre-metro, which are tram lines with many of the design elements of a metro, so they can be converted to a metro train if a higher capacity line is required in the future. Several pre-metro lines have already been converted into fully underground metro lines here in Brussels. Having these options available makes trams very flexible to handle different types of transportation requirements for different parts of the city. In North America, trams are usually called streetcars, really just for historical reasons. Older streetcar lines often run in mixed traffic with cars and have very short distances between stops, but that's not universal. There are also several US cities that have built new tram lines, and they still call them streetcars. Though you might also hear the term LRT, or light rail transit. These are trams that pretty much always run in their own lane, have stops that are farther apart, and have higher capacities and higher average speeds, but again, this isn't always the case.
The long boulevards in LA exist because they used to have streetcars right up and down the city. Removed them? Yeah, I know. They removed LA's public transit, so that made traffic so much worse. And yet, it's so pathetic that no Californian politician has been able to do anything. That's the thing. Like, I kind of understand why some people in America who are right-wing think that things can't be better. Because if you're uneducated and you don't know how a lot of the rest of the world runs, you might think that when I'm talking about like X, Y, and Z thing, that it's some sort of pie in the sky shit. Now, it's not, because it exists and you're looking at it. And it's better. I just want more freedom, man. Like, I want the freedom to not have to drive when I want to go to the bar with my friends.
Transit enthusiasts love to argue about the exact definitions, but in reality, these terms overlap a lot and their usage varies by region. I swear some Canadian cities only use the term LRT because streetcar has a bad name. But whatever you call them, what I think makes trams better than any other form of transportation in the city is how well they integrate into urban environments. The ultimate goal of any city should be to make great walkable places. Mixed-use walkable neighborhoods with lots of interesting things at ground level, like cafes, street vendors, parks, libraries, offices, and homes.
Also, can I just be honest? Trams make you less fat. Like, when I moved back to the States, I gained weight because I wasn't walking as much, just for my everyday life. And with trams, you know, the fact that I got to walk a couple minutes down to the fucking stop and then, you know, walk around when I get there. Just adding a little bit of steps in. You know, it will burn a couple extra calories. You'll be a little bit more fit. The fact that these idiots do not think too deeply about their political ideology is not what makes them stupid. It's that they believe anyone else arrives to their ideology the same way. They shit on other ideologies because they think the foundation they are built on is as unstable as their own. I think a lot of people in Asmongold's community or Destiny's community are not really interested in politics per se. It's more about a performative group thing, right? Finding targets that are okay to attack. Because let's be honest, like, I've got a sadistic streak. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Let's be honest with ourselves. You know, when I think someone's a real piece of shit, I want them to, I like to make them feel a little bit uncomfortable because they deserve it. If somebody's out there screaming N-words at people, I want that guy to be fucking a little bit uncomfortable. I'll be honest. So a lot of this is about finding a socially acceptable target. Let's be clear. Nobody's confused. Like, someone needs to make you bleed from the corner of your mouth. Fucking do it then, pussy. Come on, visit. Stop on by, pussy. Oh, wait. You didn't expect that. Okay. Well, you can go back to being quiet now.
The street should feel like an outdoor room with a feeling of enclosure and a unique sense of place. Places where everything is at a human scale with liveliness and vibrancy that gives people reason to linger and enjoy themselves. I believe that when it comes to designing great urban places, places like these should be our end goal. This is the kind of place we should want to build, so anything else we build in the city should be compatible with a place like this. But how are people going to get to and from this place? Sure, a lot of people are going to walk here because they live nearby, in apartments above the shops or a house around the corner, somewhere within walking distance. And if we're designing urban places properly, then a majority of destinations that most people would need to go to on a daily basis should be within a short walk of their house.
I do not condone any violence whatsoever. So true.
But even in the ideal walkable city, there will always be some destinations that are too far to walk. Whether that's your office or a medical specialist or a movie theater, there will be something you need to go to that's not going to be within walking distance. So we need a way to integrate motorized transportation into this kind of high-quality urban environment without compromising walkability. And the best way to do that is with trams. Trams should be thought of as a walking accelerator. They're a way to go from one mixed-use walkable neighborhood to another mixed...
Like, this is the thing about these guys. They try to pretend like I was calling for violence, and then they call for violence. And then I say, pull up, pussy, and then instead, now he wants me to kill myself. Oh, no, he wants me to kill... Wait, I said pull up, and then you ran away? I said pull up! What happened? Oh, well. I guess you got scared. Anyway, your 2020 account is going to be nuked. Let me see here. Like, that's the thing, that's the worst part about our right-wingers, man. Like, they're so cowardly.
Mixed-use walkable neighborhood faster than you could go by walking. Trams run at ground level, and this is a major benefit. With level boarding, it's easy to walk up to the tram stop, get on, and have it take you to your destination. It feels as natural as walking somewhere, which is why, when done well, trams feel like they're accelerating walking. There is literally no other form.
The main argument here against walkable cities is that Americans don't desire community, they desire exclusivity. Wrong. But yeah, you're right, but you're wrong. We create societies that structure around giving people exclusivity, and we make it socially, like, socially desirable. But people actually love walkable places. Why do you think it costs $1 quadrillion to go to Disney World? Why do you think people are crowding into fucking Mardi Gras in New Orleans every year? That's one of our oldest cities. It's very, like, people love these places. They pay big money to travel to them as on vacation. And the most desirable and expensive places in this country are walkable cities. That's where it's like the most valuable land. Americans vote with their dollar. That's why LA is a fucking quadrillion fucking dollars, or even more, New York City. Jesus. Conservatives are pathetic. Without institutional power or literal bombs, all they could do is get angry that they it's pathetic. They're pathetic.
Form of transportation that is more accessible than a ground level tram stop with level boarding. It doesn't matter if you're pushing a stroller or a suitcase or carrying something heavy, or even using a wheelchair. There is no vehicle easier to get into than a well-designed tram.
As a young person, I was constantly getting harassed and dealing with getting mugged. Yeah, I mean, I will say this. Your society has to be functional. You can't just do one thing correct, right? You can't just do public transit and then have society fix itself. You also have to have housing so that homeless people don't use it as a mobile housing, shelter. You need to have, universal health care. So when someone's having a mental breakdown, they can be given, the mental health treatment they need. You need to have social housing so that people have their own home and place where they can, like, unwind and feel safe and fucking, like, chill and take showers and, rejuvenate and have privacy. Like, all these things need to happen at the same time so that you can have a functional society. You can't just do one thing really well and neglect everything else. You have to have livable wages. You have to have a society that is clean.
This is what truly accessible transportation looks like, and this should be the norm in cities everywhere. But importantly, trams provide this high-quality transportation without sacrificing the walkability of the neighborhoods they go through. And this applies to new developments as well. One of the major benefits of a tram is that when it is built, it encourages development along the line. This is a much stronger effect with trams than with bus lines because trams are correctly seen as being more permanent. So when a tram line is built somewhere, it increases the value of that land because having a rapid transit line nearby makes an area more desirable. In fact, this was the reason why many early streetcar lines were built in the first place. Property developers would buy land on the edge of the city and then build a streetcar line out to that land to make it more valuable. In the US and Canada, these were known as streetcar suburbs, and they are often some of the most desirable neighborhoods in the city today, even if the streetcars have been removed. The 1930s really was the peak of North American urban planning. It's all been downhill since then. Of course,
FDR, baby.
The best cities in the world are still doing this today, and I've talked before about Eiberg in Amsterdam. When this neighborhood was built, the tram line was built first, before any of the homes were completed. This ensured that when people moved in, they already had high-quality public transit service available.
By the way, look at how the Dutch are. They're like, well, I guess we'll just create more land.
And I also noticed something similar when I recently visited the sunny tropical city of Bergen in Norway. Their new Line 2 LRT extends through underused industrial land, which is not being used efficiently today. But building the LRT through here makes this area much better for new urban development. This is in stark contrast to where I grew up in Canada, where every new neighborhood is built.
By the way, this is everywhere in America. I think one of the worst things about America is like, the only reason to travel around this country is to see natural wonders. Because the as far as design or buildings or culture, this is it. This is just strode. This is the culture of a Republican Party in a nutshell. Philly is one of the best places to live, yeah, actually. But it's cold. And it's, you know, it went through, I mean, Pennsylvania basically went through an economic depression for 10 fucking years. So, you know, if you want to live to a place that had 10 years of economic depression, if not longer.
Built so that everybody needs to drive, and then they try to fit in public transit.
Philly is not cold. It snows like twice and melts the next day, bro. I'm talking to the softest baby shit people on the planet. Anytime it dips below 40, or anytime it dips below 60, they're crying about how cold it is, okay?
Later, when traffic congestion has become unbearable, but I've talked about that in previous videos, so it's not worth repeating here. Several American cities have built new streetcar lines over the past few years with a specific goal of encouraging new development, which has worked extremely well in some cities, the best example being Portland. Though in other cities it seems like spurring development was the only consideration, and there wasn't much thought put into making these streetcars a good long-term public transit service. But that's a whole other discussion, so if you'd like to learn more, I have a great conversation with RM Transit about this on my podcast, The Urbanist Agenda. I'll leave a link to that episode in the description, or you can look it up on your podcast platform of choice. Of course, it is possible to build great urban places without trams, but trams are a catalyst to good urbanism. Trams transport huge numbers of people without much...
Yeah, I do think Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are probably going to be the boom towns of the 2040s and 50s in America. Like, assuming America still exists, I think the boom towns are going to be Pittsburgh and Philly and Chicago. Buffalo will probably do pretty well, but it's a little bit not quite as nice. Milwaukee, Buffalo, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. I would say Burlington, but like, isn't it already kind of a boomtown?
And they don't require a lot of large infrastructure. Dedicated tram lines narrow the street, which we know results in slower car speeds and safer streets for everyone. It's just generally easier to build a good streetscape when there are trams on the street. And there are many examples of this from cities all over the world. Like, I'm pretty sure that this is the nicest street in Houston by a very wide margin. People often say that East Berlin has better urbanism than West Berlin, and I agree.
Man, I wonder why.
There are many reasons for this, but I believe that one key factor is that the Americans ripped out the tram lines from West Berlin to make more room for cars, while the Soviets expanded and improved tram service, which led to East Berlin having better walkable urban places that have persisted to this day. Trams can even be seamlessly integrated into pedestrian places without destroying what makes these places work so well. Look at how well the trams integrate into Alexanderplatz, a pedestrianized square in Berlin. There is no other form of surface transportation that would fit so well into a place like this. And plus, it's a great way for Jason Bourne to evade CIA operatives.
He's on the tram. I don't think he's on the tram. He's on the tram.
Consider this square in Rotterdam. This is a pedestrianized area and it's really nice. People can and do walk wherever they want. There are tram rails here, but they're sunken into the ground so that they're barely noticeable. And when a tram needs to come through here, it does. Trams run on rails and so they're really predictable. Everybody knows where the tram is going to go, so they wait a moment for it to pass and then continue walking. Now compare that to the center of Groningen. The city center here is mostly pedestrian.
Look how nice this is, man. Like, I legitimately don't get it. This is just some random fucking alley.
Pedestrianized. But there are areas like this one that need to be accessible by bus. And look at what it does to this square. Suddenly, this is no longer a pedestrian area with public transit, it's a road with asphalt and curbs. So a lot of people avoid the road and cross only at designated crossings. This is an inferior experience for people walking, and it detracts from the otherwise great urbanism here. As a result, Groningen redesigned this square to remove the buses and street, which, okay, it looks great, and it makes this area better, but it also makes it harder to get to the center by public transit. If Groningen had a tram network, it could run the trams through the city center with minimal disruption, which would allow it to maintain good connectivity by public transit while also preserving the high-quality walkability of the area. Of course, the other form of transportation that fits very well into great urban places is an underground metro train. Here's a good example of this from Lisbon. This metro entrance is in the middle.
I mean, like, again, whether you use trams or metros depends on the capacity that you need. If you really need high capacity, then the metro makes more sense because you can have like a much bigger and faster train. The tram is just easy. You could just slap those things down very quick. If you have a street, you already have a right-of-way.
Of a very walkable area with dozens of destinations immediately available. This is the best way to design an urban metro station so that it is tightly integrated with the rest of the neighborhood. Japan also does this well, with metro stations and train stations being very tightly integrated into the surrounding shopping centers and office buildings, and with exits that lead directly to high-quality walkable streets, and I talked about that in a previous video.
This is so funny because so many Americans are like worship Japan, and it's like, this is why. Because you don't have to take your car everywhere.
So the area around a metro station should be a mixed-use walkable neighborhood to get the most benefit from that expensive investment in transit. But consider this metro station in Montreal, Canada, where you exit the station at the side of a suburban-style stroad.
This is what Southern California looks like, chat.
This kind of land use devalues the expensive investment in public transit by turning the most valuable land in the city, the land around rapid transit stops, into a car sewer. Now, you might be wondering, why would they do this? Why do they put a metro station right next to a high-speed road for cars? And the reason is that there used to be streetcars here. Just like every other city, Montreal used to have an extensive network of streetcars, but they were torn out to make more room for cars. Today, a lot of these former streetcar streets look kind of run down and crappy because, in general, people don't want to shop next to 4 lanes of car traffic. This was very common in Toronto, too. For the first few decades of subway building, Toronto would build a subway line under a streetcar line and then remove the streetcar. In fact, this was a stated goal of the subway system. It was built less as a way to improve public transit and more as a way to make more room for cars on the surface. On the opening day of the first subway in 1954, the guy who was in charge of the Toronto Transit Commission was quoted as saying,
"The Queen Street subway should be started at once, eliminating 80% of the remaining streetcar operation in the downtown area and freeing many main streets for one-way traffic."
And even though this was done to make more space for cars, it has led many people in North America to believe that streetcars are inferior to subways, and that the end goal of any streetcar line is to be converted into a subway. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of the benefit of trams and how they relate to metros. Consider this street in Rotterdam. This is the Koolsingel, which...
By the way, if this was America, this would just be like 6 lanes of cars, and there would be no trees, and it would just be trash everywhere, and there would be no one here.
Was recently redesigned to make more space for walking, cycling, and public transit. This tram used to run down the middle of the road, but one half of the road was cut off to cars completely and turned into this giant sidewalk and bicycle path. It's great. But what's important here is that this tram line runs right on top of a metro.
Notice that because they have this shit, like imagine all these people in cars, and now you know why LA is a shithole. Imagine all these people you see walking around and biking are actually in a car. And now you know why LA is a fucking shithole, because you can't get anywhere because there's cars jammed at any time you would want to travel.
The cars completely and turned into this giant sidewalk and bicycle path. It's great. But what's important here is that this tram line runs right on top of a metro line. In fact, they share several of the same stations. Rotterdam didn't remove this tram line when they built the metro because they understood that trams and metro trains serve different purposes. Trams are useful for short-distance trips within the city, from one walkable neighborhood to another, and they stop regularly to service many different destinations. They're the walking accelerator. Metros, on the other hand, are meant for long-distance travel. Metro stations are expensive, whether they're for underground subways or for elevated rail. So there are fewer stations, and those stations are farther apart, but that's okay, because these metro stations are meant for long-distance travel, which means that trains can't stop too often or it would impact travel times. But since stations need to be placed relatively far apart, there will inevitably be areas along the line that aren't within walking distance of a metro station. And this is where trams come in. While metro stations may be the catalyst for great urbanism near their stations, trams enable great urbanism along the entire line.
My feeling on urbanism, the urbanist movement on YouTube, is I largely agree with the end goal, but I don't agree with their political prescriptions because I don't think they know what they're talking about, and I think they're falling for neoliberal propaganda that's not going to work. If you want these kind of outcomes, there's a reason why East Germany was better than West Germany. It's because the capitalism wasn't allowed to dominate. And I do find it a little bit sussy-wussy that he hasn't gone to China now. At this point, like, the fact that he hasn't done any videos in China is ideological signaling to me. Because it's like, now the guy he was talking about, the RM Transit guy that he was making the podcast with, does talk about China a lot. So I overall, I think these guys aren't so bad. It's just, I probably would disagree with them when it comes to like how we actually get to the conclusion. I agree with their conclusion. I just don't think they know how to get there.
The whole time you're underground on the metro, you can't see anything, so it feels really disconnected.
Europeans, when they come to the US for the World Cup,
What?
Furio is a member of the Italian mob from Italy. And one of the arcs in the series is Tony and the New Jersey mob kind of reconnecting with some of the Sicilian organized crime because they want to do this stuff with like, they want to connect with them because they're going to steal cars and then export them. So they were creating this like big, you know, international organized crime network. And Furio, but Tony also wanted, he wanted like somebody who he could use as violent muscle because they, you know, he wouldn't have a file in the US. So they sent Furio over as kind of like an exchange so that he could like help them kill people basically. And Furio is one of the best characters in The Sopranos by far. Europeans coming to New Jersey to watch the World Cup. Exactly. I don't think we are at our most kind. I think we are at our most kind when we have to walk everywhere. There's a lot of hate in my heart since I started driving. This is true. But what they don't tell you is that if you start taking public transit in LA, then you will witness an overwhelming amount of abject suffering and death of our homeless population, fill you with raging hatred for institutions and individuals causing it. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, LA is a shithole. Like, I like a lot of these places, but I don't think it's wrong to say LA is a shithole. Like, I just feel disappointed. And it's because people are fucking Ameribrains. And the liberals in California are the worst. Like, I know why Republicans win. Like, look at fucking Gavin Newsom. Of course you would fucking hate that guy. And if you're told it's Gavin Newsom or Republican, you can't be surprised a lot of people are picking Republican. And I think that if you are shocked by me saying that, you're a dumb fuck. You're legitimately a dumbass because California can't do anything right. Now, it's not that Texas is any better. Texas sucks shit too. Republicans suck just as bad, if not worse. They're also Bible bothers, Bible thumpers, holier than thou, annoying fucking pieces of shit. That's what I really hate about Asmongold. Can I be honest about what I hate about Asmongold? Asmongold is supporting the party of Israel first and Christ botherers, the people that want to thump the Bible, they want to edit your anime, they want to edit your video games, they want to stop you from creating any kind of like risque art. They don't want you to say a swear word. Those are the people that are in charge of the Republican Party. Trump is a fucking anomaly.
This way. I was told that these cities were like this because they were designed for the car. That's not true. They weren't designed for the car. They were bulldozed for the car. Look at these pictures of my hometown of fake London. This city is beautiful. Now it looks like this. This is a picture of Houston in the 1970s. No, it wasn't bombed. They did this to themselves. This used to be a compact, walkable city that was just as good as those in Europe or Asia, and they destroyed it. When you see a place like this, you think the developers must have got away with something. But literally everything you see, right down to the color of the paint of the lines in the parking lot, are defined in some book of regulations. And those regulations are overwhelmingly designed to make places that are only accessible by car. This is entirely by design, and it's entirely by choice. It didn't need to be this way, and it doesn't need to stay this way. And that is why I became interested in urban planning.
Holy shit, I took high-speed rail for the first time in China this weekend to meet a friend 2 hours away in Guangzhou by train. It would have taken me 5 hours by car. It was super chill. We saw a mosque from 610 AD and then ended up at a bar called Commune. It was a lit weekend. It took $20 to get there and back and $30 for 2 nights of hotel stay. I feel like I could never go back to the US. Now I plan on getting my Chinese good enough so I can help the PSL. I mean, yeah, I know. Just stay safe, man. Like, look at this shit, dude. I'm just taking it in. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just taking in the parking lots and the hideousness of this. 7-lane Strode. 7-lane Strode.
My walk in Houston was not the first or the last terrible experience I would have walking in an American city, but it was the most memorable, and I have absolutely zero patience for apologists for this kind of car-centric, anti-human design. I clearly wasn't the only person who had ever walked here, as proven by the path through the grass.
You can see the fucking desire
You
path.
can see people walking here on Google Street View. In a place like this, if you're too poor to drive a car, then you're literally forgotten about. And this situation hasn't changed at all in the last decade, which is why I was able to get this video of it.
There's nothing more perfect than this. Look at this shithole fucking country. Look at this shit. This is what Asmongold loves, by the way. There's a car accident, lifesavers emergency room, auto accident specialists, discount tire company, and a unpaved desire path where many other souls have wearily walked. This is fucking trash. Who likes this shit? Even Asmongold doesn't like it. That's why he never leaves his house. That's why Asmongold likes this, because you never leave your house, you fucking slug.
There's no excuse for this. If you have enough room for 7 lanes of car traffic, then you have enough room for a sidewalk or a bicycle path. This is what a 28-meter bridge looks like in Amsterdam. It has a sidewalk and a 2-way bicycle path on both sides of the road.
Hitler.
And yeah, this area in Houston is very suburban, almost 30 kilometers from the city center. But that's no excuse. The area is lined with businesses and shops, many of which are staffed by minimum wage workers. In America, housing prices are talked about a lot, but the most important metric is housing plus transportation costs. How are these employees supposed to get to work? Do they all need to drive? Can they even afford to do that? Here's what an industrial park in the middle of nowhere looks like in the Netherlands. The street is only 2 lanes wide, and there's a beautiful...
I feel like hatred of life itself is very strong in the U.S. Yeah, no, I think Americans really just... I don't know how to put this, but they're inculcated into a misanthropic worldview. Like, I think Asmongold would himself admit he hates people, and he considers other people to be a nuisance. And I think that's, like, I understand it. Like, I get it. Like, if you're a smelly guy who never showers and doesn't take care of yourself and has rotten teeth and your breath stinks, like, you probably get a lot of, like, negative reinforcement when you go out and about. Like, I get it. Like, I understand, man. Like, not all of us are going to be Hasan, right? But I got to tell you, if you put in a little effort, people are a lot nicer than you think, man. I mean, I know you've created an audience of the most toxic individuals on the internet who are, by the way, not scary at all. The only way these people scare you is if they could try to use the state. Like, if they like, you know, if they falsely get the state on you. That's it. That's why he's, you know, that's why he's crying to the, he's a snitch crying to, like, Amazon or whatever. By the way, dude, you just said Arabs should be exterminated like a couple months ago. What do you think is gonna happen? Also, YouTube is way worse in every way, and you're on YouTube with no problem. Like, what are you talking about? I think that Twitch, legitimately, the biggest problem Twitch has is the fact that people think they're going to get people banned by tweeting and posting on LSF. If Twitch was just like, we are no longer going to do anything based off of your stupid social media posts, and that's that, this website would get a lot better. I'm just so tired of the fucking snitches and hall monitors that are always trying to complain about other people's content. Shut the fuck up. I'll be honest, getting over hating people I viewed as idiots around me has been a hard thing to get past, but has been mandatory for me to get over the last of my liberalism. Hating your fellow class member is something that has been programmed into us deep and hard. It's going to take a while to fully extract it from your heart. Listen, like, I hate a lot of people. I do. I'm okay with that. Leftism isn't about being Mr. fucking Rogers, but my hatred is based on their actions and their behaviors and what they have done. Not on some immutable characteristic or a stereotype. That's fucking pathetic. Like, I hate Destiny because he's a liar, manipulator, and sex criminal who has harassed me. That's like, and failed, right? Like, that's the normal, that's why I hate that guy. Like, I hate him for who he is and what he believes and what he does. I don't hate him because of some immutable characteristic, right? I don't think it's because he has an inferior culture. Now, I don't particularly like Omaha, But I know plenty of people from Omaha that are really cool.
Two-way cycling path that can be used for people walking and cycling.
What if I run into another smelly, unwashing, no teeth brushing person? Can I assume they're the same as Asmongold? No. Because honestly, like Asmongold, the way he presents is just mental illness. Like, you know, he's a agoraphobic person. Like it's fine. Like he just needs, you know, if somebody cared about him, they would help him. And the thing about like letting your teeth rot is that it kills your heart tissue. Like it literally kills you to have rotten teeth in your mouth. It's not just like cosmetic. It's not just like, you know, not being smelly or whatever. It actually kills your heart tissue to have rotten teeth. There's evidence suggesting a link between tooth decay, especially gum disease, and an increased risk of heart disease. And Asmongold has talked specifically about wiping the blood from his gums. He has a severe version of gum disease, and that's spewing toxic fucking bacteria into his bloodstream, probably damaging his heart. I mean, if people cared about him, they would do something about it.
North Americans balk at designing pedestrian and cycling infrastructure anywhere but in busy downtowns. But here, employees of the nearby factories and warehouses can use these safe paths to get to and from work, and for other trips like going for lunch too. There is always a long list of excuses people make as to why nobody walks or cycles in North America.
RFK worm situation, but with gum bacteria. Yeah, exactly.
But that's what they are, excuses. The real reason is that it's not enjoyable, comfortable, or safe to walk or cycle in a place like this.
Republicans in Asmongold's chat will tell you this is better. They will tell you this is cool, and only Europores want to have a city that you can walk around in and socialize in. And then they wonder why they don't fuck. My favorite thing is the projection. Asmongold incel community tries to come to me and be like, you Mike, you not dating. And it's like, bro, I've been dating since I was fucking in middle school, bro. It's the other way around, man. It's you that is the 30-year-old wizard. I do feel bad for Asmongold. Nah, I don't feel bad for. I mean, I do. I pity him, but I don't really feel bad for him. I feel like at a certain point, like if he was some random poor guy with not a dollar to his name living in his mother's house after she died, you know, a 40-year-old orphan or whatever. I don't know how old Asmon is. 30-year-old orphan. Who knows? I would have pity for that guy, and I would want to intervene with government social workers and help him out, you know? But he's a millionaire, or you know what I mean? Like, he could hire a maid. He could hire a therapist. He could go to the dentist to get, you know, dental treatment. He could hire, you know what I mean? Like, everything is because he chooses it to be that way. And the thing about people like Asmongold, and this is also true of a lot of us as well, so this might be useful if you're an Asmongold fan. You are not what you imagine yourself to be. You are not what you imagine that you could be when you start trying. You are what you are today. Right? I think a lot of Asmongold's audience imagines themselves as this guy who's in shape and has got the job they want and is dating someone attractive, and it's like all fantasy of like, well, tomorrow I'm gonna hit the gym, and then once I work out for a bit, I'm gonna go back to school and I'm gonna get this job and I'm gonna do. You are not that person. Look around your room. That's who you are. I can't believe Zach's a millionaire. I mean, once you have a certain number of viewership on Twitch, you start just making stacks. And he's popular on Twitch. There's no doubt about that. Now, I mean, like, there's a lot of guys like Asmongold. That's part of why our society's falling apart. Please mind the strays? No. Why would I mind the strays? I want you guys to look at yourselves. I want you guys to improve.
Yeah, the weather is bad sometimes, or there might be hills. But don't you think that this guy would appreciate a sidewalk? Houston is one of the worst examples of urban sprawl. For my Dutch viewers, if Amsterdam were as sprawling as Houston, then a circle including Alkmaar, Leiden, Utrecht, and Lelystad would all be connected by continuous car-dependent sprawl. There is a right way and a wrong way to design a city, and this is decidedly the wrong way for so many reasons. And by the way, the barbecue joints in Houston are good, but the best brisket I ever had in my life was at Mighty Quinn's, and you know where that restaurant is? New York City.
New York City! Get a rope.
But the sad part is, Houston is not even the worst city in the US, and the city is actually doing more to change things than many other US cities. For example, Houston recently deployed a completely new bus network literally overnight, and it has led to significantly higher ridership. Street Films made an excellent video about these changes. They're really great. Bravo to Houston Metro for doing this. Houston has also been installing several bicycle lanes as well. And the city has removed minimum parking requirements for 2 downtown neighborhoods in an attempt to build a more walkable, mixed-use downtown.
You see the guys biking have women with them? You notice how these libs biking have women with them?
Speaking of mixed use, it is a common myth that Houston does not have zoning. It is true that the city does not have a thing called zoning, but they have lots of other restrictions, such as minimum parking requirements, minimum lot sizes, and other regulations that cities would normally put into their zoning codes. And they also have city-enforced deed restrictions that limit what you can build on certain parcels of land that allows, for example, only single-family homes to be built in many neighborhoods. In short, Houston has all of the worst parts of a zoning ordinance, they just don't call it zoning. City Beautiful has a great video about this if you're interested in learning more. But despite all the work that is being done, Houston has a very, very, very long way to go. The city recently completed a multi-million-dollar project that is called a protected intersection for pedestrians. Does this look pedestrian-friendly to you? It is the intersection of 2 6-lane roads, and it literally has high-speed slip lanes for drivers so they can bypass the traffic light when turning right. Slip lanes are insanely dangerous for people walking. It's absolutely ridiculous that engineers would purposefully design slip lanes in a place that's supposedly meant for pedestrians and being billed as pedestrian-friendly. I mean, I guess it's better than walking through the grass and across a death bridge with no sidewalk, but come on, this is what counts as pedestrian infrastructure? And of course, Houston is also home to the Katy Freeway, the widest freeway in...
I wonder, did this make money? Does the Katy Freeway make money? Do you guys think? Because I often hear people be like, high-speed rail loses money. And I'm wondering, do you think this makes some money? Do you think they're making money on the Katy Freeway?
In the United States. In 2011, $2.2 billion was spent widening the highway to over 20 lanes. And as a result, travel times out of downtown have increased by up to 30%. This is a massive sum of money that could have been better spent on public transit or other alternatives to driving that are proven to reduce car traffic, but instead it was used as an expensive demonstration of induced demand. And no lessons have been learned here. The city and state are planning an additional $7 billion on highway expansion. This project will demolish 4 religious buildings, 2 schools, 168 homes, 1,067 multifamily units, and 331 businesses that employ almost 25,000 people. It is literally never ending. It's often said that the truth about a city's aspirations isn't found in its vision, it's found in its budget. So despite the millions spent on pedestrian improvements that somehow also include faster turning lanes for drivers, Houston is spending billions on car infrastructure and is fully addicted to car dependency. I just don't know how
not going to get better, Texas.
How you undo the damage caused by a place designed like this. How does this ever become sustainable? financially or environmentally. And to me, the most sad part is that people who have grown up only knowing car dependence don't see a problem with this. To them, restricting cars is literally taking away their freedom, because they have become so addicted to car dependency that they are incapable of understanding that it is possible to design places where not only do you not need to drive, you won't even want to drive, and that lifestyle can be better in almost every way. My travels gave me the opportunity to visit every major city in the United States, most of them multiple times, and as a result, I have absolutely no desire to go back to any of them. But those experiences shaped the way I think about cities, and they're what ultimately resulted in our family moving to the Netherlands, the country that has the best cities in the world. And hey, if Houston weren't so terrible, we never would have had this YouTube channel, so thanks, Houston. I owe you one. I'd like to thank my supporters on Patreon who pay me to relive the bad old days. If you'd like to support the channel and get access to bonus videos, visit patreon.com/notjustbikes.
What a banger.
From the street life. I like taking the metro, but I find that I don't really discover interesting new places like I do on a tram, and I never get a good
It's like sitting on Texas for a second.
feeling for the city when traveling only by metro. Tram stops can and should be closer together than metro stations, and that's easier to do because they are significantly cheaper to build. And since they're supposed to be a walking accelerator, they should be as close to as many destinations as possible. In fact, for travel within a city, a good tram line can actually be faster than a metro line. Metro stations are far apart, so it's likely you'll need to walk some distance to get to the station. And when you get there, you'll have to go down underground to get to the train, which also takes time.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of metros. I'm definitely more of a tram guy.
Especially if you need to use an elevator. Then while you may travel very quickly between stations, you'll have to do it all again on the other side. Waiting for elevators, walking upstairs, walking down hallways, and walking to
You're seeing why right now.
Destination. For a tram line, the nearest stop is likely to be closer both to your origin and to your destination, and you board it right at street level, no extra hallways, fare gates, escalators, or elevators required. So while the tram may travel slower than a metro train, the whole trip could actually be faster. Although there are also lots of trams that travel plenty fast. This one is going nearly 70 kilometers per hour. There are several tram lines in Amsterdam that intersect with metro lines at multiple stations, because it's understood that trams will take you closer to your destination, but the metro will travel faster for long-distance travel. So there are lots of situations where you would want to transfer.
I feel like it's very understated how much dangerous traffic helps to justify the fear of cities so many people express in the US. It creates a self-fulfilling prophecy of greater suburbs and exurbs to get away from the dense 20-lane highways. In China, people want to flood into the cities. There is no reason not to want to. No, of course. I mean, who doesn't? Driving in cities is terrible. It's fucking terrible. You know, there's more people driving equals more people that can make mistakes. It sucks.
From the tram to the metro, and vice versa. In short, trams are not inferior metros. They serve a different purpose, and a truly great city will use both. Though since metros are about 10 times as expensive as trams, they should mostly be used for connecting suburban destinations to the city center, with the bulk of the coverage in urban areas being handled by trams. There are also some people who believe that trams should be replaced with buses, which is an even more wrong understanding of public transit. Buses in general have a pretty bad reputation. Some of this is deserved, but much of it is not. In particular, there is a very strong stigma against buses in the majority of cities in the US and Canada. They're seen as a vastly inferior form of transportation that's really just there as a kind of welfare for the poor. This has nothing to do with the buses themselves, but rather because public transit has been so chronically underfunded and compromised for so many decades in favor of drivers that nobody would voluntarily choose to take the bus if they could afford to drive. But that isn't the case in places with functional public transit, such as real London, where I lived for several years. Since the buses there offer a viable alternative to driving, I would routinely see people of all kinds taking the bus, regardless of their level of income. But that aside, it is less comfortable to ride a bus than a tram. This is particularly true in North America because buses there are worse than buses in Europe. There are a variety of reasons for this that I'm not going to go into, but I'll leave a link in the description to an RM Transit video if you'd like to learn more. Buses rock back and forth and the ride can be very bumpy, and getting on and off the bus is nowhere near as easy or convenient as it is for a tram. Diesel buses are loud and they really stink. They're horrible. Electric buses are so much nicer, and I'm glad that these are becoming more common.
I mean, they're not going to be common in the U.S. because they're made in China, so, you know, it is what it is.
And though they're still not as environmental.
You should definitely have metros, 8-arm, Willie. I'm not saying I'm anti-metro. I just like trams.
Friendly or energy efficient as a tram, and their batteries need to be replaced about every 10 years. Trolley buses are a good option in some places, especially cities with a lot of hills, though they have higher upfront costs than traditional buses and they still carry far fewer passengers than trams. Typically about 2.5 times as many buses are needed compared to trams to transport the same number of passengers. Buses do still have their place in a good transit network, though. They're particularly used for low-volume feeder routes that connect lower-density areas of the city to the rest of the transit system. But when it comes to high-capacity routes in urban areas, those should be built using metros and trams, not buses. And even though the stigma against buses isn't justified, it does exist, and trams are seen by most people as a superior transit option. So if the goal is to get as many people as possible onto public transit, then trams do that better. Trams are also a better fit for cycling. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Trams are better for bicycles than buses. I sometimes hear cyclists cursing trams because that gap next to the tram tracks seems like it was precision engineered to trap bicycle wheels. And I get it. I've fallen on streetcar tracks before. It's dangerous and it hurts like hell, but direct your anger appropriately. This isn't a problem with tram tracks, it's a problem with shitty cycling infrastructure. I fell on Dundas Street in Toronto because I was squeezed between the tram tracks and the parked cars. But if those parked cars weren't there, or if there was a proper bicycle path, then I never would have had to get near the tram tracks, and that's the way it is here in Amsterdam. The vast majority of time, there's either lots of space because parked cars have been removed, or there's a protected bicycle path and people cycling only cross the tram tracks perpendicularly. Plus, there are potential solutions to this, such as this street in Basel, Switzerland. Here, they installed rubber covers that can be pushed down by a tram wheel, but not a bicycle wheel. Trams are also predictable, so I feel much safer riding next to a tram. Riding next to buses is much more dangerous because they can turn into your path at any time. And the worst are those shared bike and bus lanes, because buses drive faster than bikes, so the bus always needs to pass people cycling, but then the bus needs to stop, and then all the people cycling need to pass the bus. Another alternative to trams that is often proposed is BRTs, or Bus Rapid Transit, which are bus lines that run in dedicated lanes. They often have well-designed island bus stops with ticket machines, electronic signs, and other elements that make them very similar to tram stops. BRTs are often sold as an alternative to trams because they are less expensive and easier to implement than a tram or LRT.
In a short term, but in the long term, they cost a lot more to run.
Project. Though some BRT projects are so wildly overbuilt that they're even more expensive than a tram. The Mississauga Transitway in Canada costs $34 million per kilometer.
China has the world's largest high-speed network and has reached this position in little over a decade. A high-speed program started in 2003 with a 404-kilometer line between Qinhuangdao and Shenyang, which was designed for 250 kilometers an hour. Let's see here. Okay, it was $17 million per kilometer. Between 17 and 21 million per kilometer for high-speed rail. Chinese high-speed lines with a maximum speed of 350 kilometers an hour have a typical infrastructure unit cost of 100 to 125 million won, or 17 to 21 million US dollars per kilometer. They spent $34 million to build a bus stop.
Which is insane. Incidentally, when I went to confirm the final cost numbers on Wikipedia, I noticed that I'm quoted in the criticism section. But the truth is, whenever a BRT project is significantly cheaper than a tram project, it's because it's been compromised in some way. This is so common that it has a name, BRT creep, where the original plan for a proper BRT gets chipped away so much that the BRT turns into a JAB, or just a bus. BRT creep became so common in the US that in 2012, the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy introduced a rating system called the BRT standard that can be used to determine if a bus system deserves the term BRT. A few years ago, my hometown of fake London had plans to build an LRT, but the plan was chopped down significantly and downgraded to a BRT, which, if the latest renders are accurate, looks like it's well on its way to becoming just a bus. This is a really, really common outcome for BRT projects, which is why I'm pretty negative about them. The most common excuse given to downgrade from an LRT to a BRT is financial concerns, but in my experience, the underlying reason is because they want to make compromises to avoid inconveniencing drivers, which always ends up delivering inferior transit and a worse experience for transit riders.
This is why America sucks. In a nutshell. This is why America is a shithole country. America is a shithole country because nobody could ever build anything with intention. And we are scared to plan anything that might offend a Republican.
In the long run, though, trams beat out buses financially. Trams require a higher upfront cost to install tracks and overhead lines.
Well, this looks like... I mean, like, of course.
But trams have lower operating costs because they carry more people than buses, and the vehicles last about 2.5 times longer as well, because trams have a simpler mechanical design. So in the end, trams are actually cheaper than buses, and this isn't a trivial amount of money either. I remember when Toronto was forced to temporarily replace the Queen streetcar with buses, and the transit agency said that they were spending $1 million a month to maintain the same service level with buses because of extra labor, maintenance, fuel, and logistical costs. There's also a political reason why this is important. It is way easier to get funding to build new transit than it is to get funding for operating transit, at least in developed countries. So anything you can do to reduce the operating cost is a good thing, even if it makes the initial capital costs more expensive. For what it's worth, BRTs can be a better financial decision in developing countries where labor costs are low and there is already a lot of local expertise in maintaining buses compared to rail vehicles. And BRT systems are easier to build in phases where a normal bus line continues to operate as parts of the line get converted into a BRT over time. It is also technically possible to convert a BRT line to an LRT line in the future, but this will only happen when the BRT line has run into capacity issues, which means that inevitably your city's busiest BRT line will be out of commission for years while it's being upgraded to an LRT, and that process doesn't always go as planned. And it may be that BRTs are suitable in low-density suburbs where ridership will never get to high enough levels to justify an LRT. Though even suburbs shouldn't discount the ability for an LRT to bring in more new development than a BRT, which alone could justify
I mean, of course, like, this happens always. Whenever you see like a new metro station pop up or a new extension of a tram, all the land around it, if it's allowed to, and if it has good connectivity, will start to develop much denser.
The higher initial investment. So there are some valid situations where a BRT can make more sense over an LRT or tram line, but I honestly think those situations are pretty rare. In my opinion, if you live in a developed country, your city should not be building a BRT. Now, some people will say that buses are better than trams because they can drive around obstacles. And yeah, trams can get stuck sometimes. Though on a dense tram network, there are still options for detours. But the real solution is to make a clear route for public transit. We need to take public transit seriously
and a ram truck blocking a tram, American imperialism,
ensure that it is functioning well. Not let stuff block the lane and make the transit experience worse. We got enough problems with BRTs becoming JABs without the same disease infecting LRTs. Of course, the most common reason why people think trams, or more likely streetcars, should be...
Good call, Mike. Watch a video that would bore every Asmongold chatter. Of course. This requires like looking at America through a critical lens and seeing something that's a better alternative. I'm not jerking off to anime titties like a Tectone fan. And I'm not just sitting there rotting in my fucking chair like Asmongold. So yeah, of course they're not gonna. What do you think an Asmongold viewer is going to be like? Mike, I disagree with your advocacy of tram networks as an improvement of a city's design. Like, no, of course not. They're gonna be like, no, my anime titties have been shrunk because of Sweet Baby Ink.
Be replaced with buses is because they drive their car in the middle of the city and they're upset that they need to wait for public transit. I heard this constantly in Toronto, where it's routine for suburbanites to complain that the streetcars are in their way and blocking traffic. They have it completely backwards, of course. Every one of these streetcars has a capacity of 130 people, and they're very well used, but they are routinely held up by a single occupancy driver making a left turn. So let's be clear here, it's the cars that are in the way of the streetcars and not the other way around. And since the only solution to car traffic is viable alternatives to driving, letting cars block the streetcars is only...
I don't know if you've seen this. This is a meme that's been floating around the internet. Okay, this is a high speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
This is pornography for transportation. It is a dream. It is a fantasy. People have said it's creating unrealistic expectations for the youth. But it's all over the internet, and we have to deal with this. Please tell us what we need to do to make this a reality.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we're working on, right? It's not going to be a network overnight. I mean, the way you do this is you start putting in the pieces. We're doing the Las Vegas to LA. We're doing another north-south one in California. It's going to take longer, but we've been...
If you look at the California high-speed rail project and go like, we're doing that, bro, China built like 40,000 miles and you haven't even completed the California line. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Give me a fucking break. You're not doing anything. Shut the fuck up.
Invested a lot in that. There are projects being discussed in Texas, Dallas to Houston, in the Pacific.
These are all like private projects, by the way. This is why America is an inferior country to China.
Northwest and
can't get anything done.
Other locations where there's a lot more work to be done.
You know my pitch how this would get done overnight, just like this.
What's that?
Say we're using trains for war. It would get done overnight. If we fought wars with trains, you want to stop the terrorists? We got to build this train. You tap in the military-industrial complex, whoo, Hyperloop would have happened. Trains for war.
I could try it in Congress.
Asmongold once did a debate with Hasan Oh my god, there was a cockroach. Ah! Ah! How do I have the best enemies you could possibly ever get? Asmongold, Ethan Klein, and Destiny Tectone. Holy shit! Rapists, sexual assaulters, and rotting and fucking covered in cockroaches. There's literally nothing they could do to piss me off or make me feel any kind of way. Holy shit. It fucking rules to be me. Holy shit. This is awesome, dude.
Going to make traffic worse.
Holy shit.
The trams work really well in Amsterdam, and our family uses them regularly, but they're not perfect. There are some cities that do trams even better, like Vienna, or Zurich, which has some of the highest transit passenger satisfaction scores in the world. Unfortunately, since the pandemic, there has been a chronic shortage of tram drivers and a serious shortage of funding as well, to the point where GVB wants to remove some tram lines. They reversed their plan to remove Tramline 19, but it looks like Tramline 3 might actually be removed in March 2026, with different segments of its route being picked up by other tram lines. This means that trams aren't running as often as they should, and wait times can be longer than they were a few years ago, and the fares are becoming more expensive to cover the gap in funding. This could lead to a vicious cycle where transit becomes worse every year while also becoming more expensive, meaning fewer people take transit and the funding problems deepen. This is only going to get worse as our new right-wing government plans to cut 110 million euros per year of public transit funding, proving once again that voting left doesn't guarantee you'll get a great city, but voting right does guarantee that you won't. It is critically important that cities properly fund their public transportation so that transit can be a viable alternative to driving, as it is here in Amsterdam. Because the alternative is a place like Toronto, where car traffic is crippling because public transit is no longer a viable alternative due to decades of chronic underfunding. These streetcars in Toronto are barely functional. They get stuck in traffic, they get stuck at red lights, they crawl through intersections. They have totally unreliable schedules and arrive in bunches. And boarding in the middle of the street is stupid. But to be honest, there are so many things that Toronto does wrong with its streetcars that I'm working on a follow-up video on just that topic. It's useful to talk about transit done wrong as a way to learn how it's done correctly, but I don't want to end this video on such a depressing topic. Because there are lots of cities that do trams properly and they reap the benefits. They're a high-capacity, accessible, and highly efficient form of transportation that seamlessly integrates into great urban places. And they make it easier to build those great urban places. They encourage new development, and they make neighborhoods better places to live. And there's no better way to explore your city than through the window of a tram, which is why every city in the world needs more trams, especially if they have grassy tram tracks. I'd also like to share something else I use regularly, and that's Incogni. Incogni is a service that automatically removes your personal data from the internet. Your personal data ends up in hundreds of databases every time you shop or use online services, and many of these companies sell your information to data brokers who compile it and resell it to anybody willing to pay. In the US, that data can show up on people search sites, exposing home addresses, financial information, even family details, making you vulnerable to scams and harassment. In Europe, I can use the GDPR removal process to request that companies remove my personal data, and that does work. I've done it many times. But it's also time-consuming, and that process assumes that I know...
Ethical reacts. Okay, anyway, yeah, Incogni, right? This is Incogni? Is that who it is? All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Anyway, if you like Not Just Bikes, I definitely recommend their content when it comes to looking at these different trans systems. Pretty cool. I love trams too. All right, let's move on to my next favorite thing. Asmongold's groveling apology for not being woke enough. Apologize, Asmongold! Apologize. Get on your knees and apologize.
I feel so stupid. It's crazy. So I'm getting all these people making negative comments toward me. Everybody is telling me like, oh, go kill yourself. I hate you. Everything like this.
I don't want Asmongold to kill himself. I just want to say this. Like Destiny said that he wanted me and Hasan to kill ourselves. I just want to throw this out here. Asmongold, don't kill yourself. I don't want you to kill yourself. I think that you are the perfect foil for the left. I want you to grow. I want the right wing to hold you up as the #1 right wing content creator. Okay. For us, it'll be Asmongold. Excuse me. For you, it'll be Asmongold. For us, it'll be Hasan. All right. And I want you guys to go head to head. I want you around forever. If you get sick, I'll help you pay for your health care because I want you to be my enemy for life, okay? I want you to be around here forever. You're my ideal. Honestly, and I want to say this, guys. Asmongold has been motivating me. Like, I feel motivated. You know, let's talk about being an adult for a second. Let's talk about being an adult for a second. There is a way of looking at your productivity that I think is really, really, really useful. Okay. All right. I'm doing a paint right now. I'm doing a paint explainer. Okay. So imagine in your life, there's this quadrant, right? Of like four sections. All right. And let's label these axes, right? You have urgent and you have, I'm not going to do vertical, important. All right. All right. So you have these 4 quadrants, right? So something is urgent means it has to be taken care of right away. And something is important means it has a long-term impact on your life, right? So something could be urgent and important. That would be like, I don't know, you cut your toe off. You know, it's pretty urgent that you get it taken a look at, and it's very important that you go to the hospital, because if you don't get your cut off toe treated right away, you're probably going to be permanently impaired, right? So medical emergencies, or, you know, say you have a business and the website goes down, or, you know, you run out of inventory or whatever. That's urgent and important. It's something you got to handle right away, or else shit's going to go wrong. Then there's stuff that's important but not urgent. That's stuff like going to the gym, brushing your teeth, getting a good night's sleep, you know, eating a good healthy diet, going to the doctor. You know what I mean? Like long-term planning, investing in your retirement, just stuff like that. Things that are very, very important over the long term, but if you don't do it right now, or you skip today, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? If you regularly exercise but you can't find your way to a gym one day, it's not the end of the world for your health. But if you never go to the gym, or you never brush your teeth, you're in trouble. And then you have stuff that is not urgent and not important. That's scrolling social media. Scrolling social media, just kind of doom scrolling, playing video games, you know, that kind of shit. Stuff you do for entertainment. You know, it's not that you shouldn't ever do it. It's just, it is what it is. You recognize that if you don't play video games today, unless your job is playing video games, it's not really going to affect you in any negative way, right? And then you have things that are urgent and not important. That's usually people bothering you with their bullshit, right? People that are like in your face and they're like, I want you to pay attention to this. I want you to do this. Please do this for me. And I'm not saying like And I want you to understand that I'm talking about trivial shit, not important stuff. You should take care of people when they need your help, right? When it's something that's urgent and important for them, and they ask you to come and take care of it, that's urgent and important for you as well, okay? I'm talking about just telemarketers, the fucking, like, people in your house blathering about bullshit, people calling you on the phone because they want you to do X, Y, and Z shit, and it doesn't matter, but it's in your face and you have to deal with it. So these are the quadrants that are very important. And I think I want to thank Asmongold because, you know, as I've gotten older, you know, as we get settled into our daily routine, sometimes I've neglected some of those important things that are not urgent, right? And Asmongold is like helping me so much. Like every time I interact with Asmongold, you know what pops into my head? All the stuff that I've been kind of procrastinating that I need to do. You know what I mean? Like the last time he tried to fight with me, I made sure to sign up for health insurance when the open enrollment window was open. You know, I went and got myself a nice HSA plan for health insurance. I wanted to make sure that I got a checkup, that I'm going to be okay, that, you know, if anything goes wrong with me health-wise, that, you know, it won't cost me my savings, right? Because I looked at this man and I was like, holy shit. He's rubbing the blood from his teeth on the wall. Like, I got to take care of myself better. And now, you know what he's making me realize? He's making me realize I need to clean up. I need to get my studio in final order and shape. I need to start hitting the gym again. You know what I mean? Like, I need to, like, what is anything that about me that is similar to this man needs to change. It needs to move from like important but not urgent to urgent and important. Like, he really motivates me to improve myself, because when I see Asmongold, it's like, there but by the grace of God go all of us, right? Like, all of us. This is the worst case scenario for your mental health, right? This is you after 5 years of the worst grinding depression, right? Like, if you're doing better than this, you can do even better than you are, right? You know what I mean? Like, all of us could use Asmongold as a warning, as a person that when we look at them, we're just like, holy fuck, I hope I don't get that bad. And, you know, ultimately, chat, no matter what he says or what his community says, I'll never, ever, ever be in as bad a shape as him. You understand that? Like, no matter what he tries to do or say, you're never going to be in this bad of a shape. He's the floor. And if you're an Asmongold viewer and you haven't brushed your teeth for a couple weeks, you know, you can't go back in time. Why don't you brush your teeth today? I know, you know, why don't you go, if you're an Asmongold viewer and you haven't taken a shower in a month, why don't you go take that shower today? If you've been neglecting your flossing, why don't you floss today? I'm not an Asmongold viewer, but I'll brush my teeth after I finish smoking this joint. Yeah, you should definitely do that. I can't. The cockroaches have taken over the bath. I believe in you, man. I believe in you. Like, I fucking love Asmongold, dude. Like, there's something romantic about Asmongold. Can I just talk about Asmongold in a serious fashion for a second? There's something romantic about Asmongold. It's like, you know, when you were growing up and your mom was yelling at you to clean your room, or was like, she was saying something about how things are going to go wrong for you if you don't learn to take care of yourself, or you don't, you know what I mean? Like, think back to that time when your mom was like frustrated with you because your room was messy, or you didn't do your homework, or, you know, just think back. It's nostalgic. And when we see this motherfucker, like, it reminds me, it fills my heart. Like, whenever I see Asmongold, it fills my heart with love because my parents loved me and they took care of me. And I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful that they instilled in me a desire to clean up after myself. You know what I mean? Like, I think back at how frustrating I must have been as a kid. And my parents persevered and they taught me all this shit, all these skills, and how lucky I am and how much love is in my life. I want to thank you, Asmongold, for making me thankful. You know, one of the things about being a left-winger is we're oftentimes saying how things are fucked up and shitty and not right and not correct and we need to change. And so we don't take enough time to show gratitude for the people in our lives that have given us love. And Asmongold makes me, it reminds me, quite frankly, how much love I have in my life and how little love he has in his. Let's just be honest. This guy is devoid of love. This guy has nobody who doesn't see him as a fucking cow to be milked. Every single person in this man's life is there for money and money alone. God damn, that sucks, dude. There's nothing you can do or say that's going to change that fact either. It's so fucking sad. And you have no one who loves you. God damn, that's rough. Fuck, that's rough. But ultimately, let me just say, I still want to thank you, man. I want to thank you. Thank you for another boost for my career. Thank you for showing just how much the left controls Twitch, just like you did the last time you apologized and bent the knee. And I know you're frustrated. I know you're frustrated. I know you're on your knees begging with your last apology. But I just want to thank you for filling my heart with gratitude and love for all the people who care about me and took care of me and educated me. Like my parents loved me too much to let me be Asmongold. And your parents probably loved you too much to let you be Asmongold, because every single one of us was lazy as a kid. Every single one of us played video games all night. Every single one of us wanted to do nothing but eat McDonald's and fast food. You know, all of us didn't want to take a shower when we were little kids, right? All of us, you know, had to be told to brush our teeth when we were little kids. Your parents loved you. Your parents loved you enough to not let you become Asmongold. Holy fucking shit, that's awesome. Like, don't you feel so much gratitude right now? Fill your heart with gratitude. And if you're an Asmongold watcher, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, that's why you watch him. You watch him because no matter how depressed you feel, no matter how badly your life is going, you're better than this man. In a fundamental way, you are better than him. He is garbage compared to you. No matter how bad things are going, you're better than him, and more people love you than love him. That's why you watch him. It relieves your anxiety, dude. And I get it. I fucking get it, dude. I understand the Schadenfreude. Listen, I'm somebody who grew up in a conservative military family. I have a little bit of a sadistic streak in me. Some people have even called me kind of, you know, I'm more of a cognitive empathy, right? As, you know, maybe more of a low empathy leftist, you know. I love people because I reason myself into that, you know. I figured out that life is more beautiful when you care for one another and you empathize with one another. And I've had feelings of transcendental solidarity, feelings that Asmongold will never have. That's the other thing that's so fucking awesome, is like, I have built things with people that I was proud of. You know what I mean? Like, he's never done that. You know, he had to leave his organization for his groveling apologies. God damn, man. A shame. A fucking shame, dude. Anyway, let's get back to his groveling apology.
Do you know who reached out to me? And,
look at this motherfucker, dude. Daxel, look at this motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. This is who you're a fan of. Oh, man, you made it. This is your all? Come on, man. Somebody look up this guy's Dax, Daxxele. Go ahead and look this guy up online, everybody. Let's figure out his like logs and Hasan and shit. Anyway, I want to see his face. This guy seems like a cool guy. Oh, anyway, ugh.
They wanted to talk and have a conversation and see if I was okay. It's people that were Islamic and people that had fucking family in Palestine. And how humiliating is that?
Feel better, Pink
How
Rose.
absolutely humiliating is that? And these were the people I was trying to say were bad. And I feel like such a fucking stupid asshole. I really do. I've always been I guess like I've always been kind of like an atheist, and even as a young kid, I was
this is just a different. This is a different account.
Towards it.
This is a different account.
I've always had a negative opinion of religion,
It's
and I've also had a negative opinion of religious
thing.
cultures.
No.
And I think that really, I think that opinion is definitely shaped by the media that I've created, and the media I've created for myself, and then also just the media that exists, the media that I've chosen to seek out as well. And I think that media has allowed me to have certain predispositions.
Wait, what happened? What happened to this groveling apology? Like it seems like he's very self-aware. Like when he was groveling in his apology to Arab people that he called inferior, it seems like he kind of understood that he was in a bubble. What happened? What happened to the groveling? What happened? He was groveling to the wokes. This is what we were doing. We conquered his Berlin, and here he is groveling to us. Anyway, let's keep watching him grovel.
Certain biases that the truth is,
this is why he's mad at me and Hasan, by the way, because he had to do this. He had to do this groveling ass apology because people wouldn't want to associate with his clout anymore. It didn't matter that he had 50,000 people, 25,000 people watching him. People were still like, nah, we're way to fuck with that Asmongold guy. So he had to do this groveling apology.
that don't have any sort of relation to what my own real life has been experienced, or my own real life experience has been, excuse me. And so I've been spending a lot of time talking to those people, and I've seen people like fans of mine, like I had viewers messaging me on Discord, like, why are you saying this? Like, do you want to talk? Do you want to, like, I'm willing to talk to you, and like, let's try to work this out, right? We love you. And I scrolled up on their messages, and these are people that messaged me in like 2016, 2017, 2018, like, I love your content, I love your stream, I love you, right? And now they get to hear this from me, and I just feel like such a stupid, belligerent fucking asshole. I really do, and I'm sorry. I really am.
I don't think you're very sorry. I mean, you're kind of supporting all the same shit again. Why did you make this groveling apology on your hands and knees if you didn't believe it? I'm so confused.
I think that it's extremely fair to criticize religious extremism, and I think that it's extremely unfair to categorize everybody in part of that group as religious extremists. I think it is, and I'm really sorry for that. I've just been a fucking dick. And it's weird because yesterday I woke up and I didn't know if I was going to get suspended or not, and I had planned on streaming and everything, and I actually got a text message from one of my mods. They said, oh, I heard about the suspension, I'm sorry. And I was like, I remember I was like driving, and like, you'd think that like your heart rate would go up, but if anything, I felt more relaxed. I felt like finally I have a moment to just take a step back and breathe and think for myself and just stop, just like get out of my own head. And I spent a long time like just writing basically a list of all of these things that like I think that I should be doing with my life. And this is going to be kind of the second part, by the way, of the video. Comments that I made were pretty much about religious extremism. I think it's bad, but Bro,
America is a big ally with Saudi Arabia, which is one of the primary spreaders of religious fundamentalism and extremism. And you know who's the party of religious fundamentalism in America is the Republican Party. Those are the people who want to ban video games.
Categorized a lot of people in that way. That was unfair. It's wrong for me to have done that. I said something that was bad. I should not have said that. I should have chosen my words more carefully. I didn't do that. I doubled down on it. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. That's pretty much. I was a fucking asshole. I was a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. And so, actually, I do know what else to say. I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content. And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. Mouth is pretty dry. Anyway, so the second part about this is that
it was like Marco Rubio. Oh my God, you know what that reminded me of?
On foreign policy, America continues to be indispensable to the goal of global liberty, property, and safeguarding human rights. The world is a better place when America is the strongest nation on earth. But we can't remain powerful if we don't have an economy that can afford it. In the short time that I've been here in Washington,
this is awesome.
Nothing has frustrated me more.
Hasan and I, literally, he's trying to get us both banned. What are you confused about? What are you confused about? Also, it's like, I don't know who you are. That's why I followed you and sat here for 10 minutes to say I don't know who you are. Bro.
Choices like the one the president laid out tonight. The choice isn't just...
Mouth dry.
I want to talk a little bit about like my life, my personal life, etc. And kind of some of the points that I think that...
Okay, I don't care about his personal life. I just like seeing his groveling apology again. That was funny. Anyway, he got kicked out of OTK. Twitch streamer Asmongold announced he was his left gaming and entertainment company One True King following his shift to more controversial political content. He added that the departure was best for his career path and health. I think the person, you know, the clip that I saw that really I think was important was this one.
Oh, Emmy, why do you even talk to him? Right? Mm-hmm. All that said, he's still gonna do Asmongold things. He ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, but okay.
He ain't gonna stop. He's gonna do it today.
Do you want my?
He's gonna do it tomorrow. He's gonna do it the next day.
Do you want my honest opinion on this?
Yes.
Okay. I think that when you are tied to, for example, right? If I had like 5 employees, right, and I'm saying a bunch of crazy shit, and it cost those employees their job.
Yeah.
At what point is my like yes, I can be as unhinged as I want, right? But the people who are affected by it are allowed to be mad at me for being that unhinged, and eventually. Agreed. Should either be fully disconnected from me or like say, hey, I'm not willing to be around this. Because again, and this is like a personal thing, I don't hate anybody, I have no drama with anybody, I don't wish any drama with anybody, right? However,
yeah, well, it is what it is. Let's go back to some more political content.
Vienna, 2/3 of its citizens live in subsidised social housing. But in the UK, less than 1 in 10 live in a council house. And not only that, the quality and style is simply out of this world.
So is this what you think of when you think of council housing?
This is Alt Erla, a social housing estate on the outskirts of Vienna. It may look like tough, brutalist architecture, but actually, it's humane, caring design of the highest order.
Oh, wow. Look at that. They've even got an indoor swimming pool as well.
They have nurseries, schools and tennis courts all conveniently on site. I can't quite believe this.
This is about long-term thinking, allowing people to put down roots, giving them stability. I mean, just imagine if I proposed a high-density council housing estate with loads of swimming pools, indoor and outdoor, clubs, play spaces. I'd be left out of town because everybody would say you couldn't do that.
With 10,000 residents, Alt-Urla has the highest density living in Vienna. But you'd never guess that from the peaceful atmosphere.
Monica.
Hi.
Hi, so nice to see you.
Monica pays the equivalent of £600 a month rent for her flat. Back in Harlow, temporary accommodation can give you a quarter of the size for almost the same rent. And with the Viennese having such secure tenancies, there's little temptation to buy. So Monica has no stress of being moved on, which is handy, as her dad Heinz lives in the block next door.
How long have you lived here?
40 years.
40 years?
40 years.
Amazing.
It's from 1995. No, it's from a couple years ago.
So special?
Because we have everything here. Everything we need.
We have 15 physicians, doctors. We have all the shops.
Groceries, drugstores.
4 schools.
4 schools.
And you have your own
everything.
TV channel?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So if there's any pottery classes tonight, we send it and we inform the people, okay, tonight is pottery class.
That's so cool. It feels to me like it's an amazing hotel.
It is.
A 5-star hotel. The swimming pool is always cleaned. It's always ready to use.
This is what, by the way, this is what Asmongold doesn't want you to have. This is what poor people live in Austria. This is what Asmongold lives surrounded by cockroaches. He wouldn't be allowed to have that shithole fucking house he has as a multi-millionaire in America surrounded by cockroaches. Poor people in Austria, all the inside indoor swimming pools and saunas and gyms and tennis courts, $600 a month.
The sauna is always ready to use.
I would live here in a second, in a heartbeat. In Britain, we have a kind of negative stigma around council housing, government housing. Do you have that here?
What is the difference if I own this flat or if I rent this flat? Tell it to me. What is the difference? Why should I buy this flat? Why?
The difference in the UK is that people don't feel stable. They feel like they could get moved on and moved on and moved on by landlords. Do you feel like you have stability here, renting?
Absolutely.
It's the political system. If they disturb this kind of stability, they wouldn't be the leader of this country anymore. That's the difference.
Just like us, Vienna started building social housing 100 years ago. But unlike the UK, it never stopped. Austria has a higher rate of tax than the UK, but its social care is one of the best in the world.
And it's not even that much higher. That's the funny part. Like, Americans pay a lot in taxes, but do you know where it goes? They're trying to spend $1 trillion on the military. Trump administration to request $1 trillion budget. $1 trillion, $1.01 trillion in national defense spending. $1 trillion. Do you know how much student loans there is in this country? 1.7 trillion for everybody. Every single person's student loans in the entire country of 350 million people is 1.7 trillion. They would have spent $1 trillion on the military just this year. And how's that going? You know, Asmongold was mad because Hasan said that the Houthis penetrated the Iron Dome. Look at this fucking shit, guys. We just had...
Now to a military accident under investigation this morning. A U.S. Navy fighter jet rolled off an aircraft carrier and into the ocean, putting crew members at risk. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, had the latest for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you.
What I hear is that they had to do evasive maneuvers from the Houthis. So they were doing evasive maneuvers, and the plane was currently being transported. So because of the evasive maneuvers, it just fell off.
This really is a stunning mishap. A $70 million Navy fighter jet going overboard into the Red Sea, the crew escaping with just moments to spare. This morning, new questions about how a $70 million U.S. fighter jet fell off an aircraft carrier in the Red Sea. The Navy says an F-18 fighter jet was being towed out of a hangar on the USS Truman. Two sailors escaping just moments before the plane and the towing vehicle crashed overboard, sinking to the bottom of the ocean.
The Navy's going to want to get that airplane back because it has very sophisticated and sensitive electronics on it, so they don't want anybody like the Russians or the Chinese to pull that airplane up off the bottom of the ocean. So they will send a salvage ship out there with deep-sea diving capability that will grapple on to what's left of the airplane and bring it back up to the surface.
The Navy says it's investigating the cause of the accident on board the Truman. It's unclear what caused the incident, but sources say an initial report suggests the carrier made a sudden turn, possibly due to Houthi fire. The carrier has come under fire in recent.
Remember when Asmongold's gonna be like, you're gonna find out why we don't have health care. You're gonna find out why my gums bleed. Oh, oops. Well, that's another one down.
Fire. The carrier has come under fire in recent months from Houthi rebels while on a mission to protect commercial vehicles in the Red Sea.
It's very rare, but when you're operating at sea, mistakes happen. You have weather, you have pitching decks.
This just the latest incident involving U.S. carriers. This video from a naval investigation back in 2022 shows the moment an F-35 crashed upon landing on the USS Carl Vinson. A fireball erupting, the jet sliding off the carrier and into the South China Sea.
So, hey man, we're in the Red Sea and the South China Sea. You know, that doesn't sound like the Gulf of America / Mexico. Why are we in the South China Sea and why are we in the Red Sea? That doesn't sound like America first. That sounds like imperialism and wasting $1 trillion fucking losing all over the fucking place. I want to cut $150 billion to pay for Asmongold from the defense budget to pay for Asmongold's dental bills.
Again, the crew was able to jump out in time. Only one minor injury reported. And while the Navy may want to get that fighter jet back, officials say the chances of recovering it could be low, given that it is a conflict area, George.
Okay, Rachel, thanks.
And Israel approving a plan to capture all of Gaza. The Associated Press says the IDF is tapping tens of thousands of reserves in order to do so. Meanwhile, the Jewish state is promising a stern response to yesterday's missile attack from Yemen on the airport near Tel Aviv. General Jack Keane is with us now, and we were just talking in the break how there's always something going on in the world, but in this part of the world, Israel continues to fight on multiple fronts. They still have hostages that they're trying to deal with. Capturing
Zoran is out there running on affordable housing. It polls 30 points lower than the established Democrat. I wouldn't worry about that, man. First of all, it's a primary poll, so those are always wrong. The second thing is the other guy was governor and a national political figure for the entire COVID-19 crisis. Like, this is name recognition with, like, you have a guy who's a state rep. Right? Like, it is what it is. It takes a while for people to get their names out there. It is what it is, especially if you're a left winger, you know, there isn't a big media apparatus to support you.
in Gaza in the midst of all of this with the Houthis attacking their airport. How do you see it, sir?
Yeah, well, what's really taking place here certainly is General Zamir came in on March the 5th, and he presented a new plan to the Prime Minister. Credit the previous chief of the Israeli Defense Forces for killing, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2/3, 75% of the Hamas fighters. But there's still several thousand left. And they did that in the past by conducting raids and then moving on to another area where there are Hamas fighters. General Zamir's plan is to take territory and then kill the Hamas or capture them in that territory and depose them from any future ability to have political control of Gaza. That's the end state. They recognize full well if they're not able to do that, it'd be impossible for them to leave Gaza and turn it over to some international force that would be willing to provide security for a new Palestinian-like government. All of that obviously is still circumspect and no decisions have been made. But from a military perspective, what is happening here is to finish off Hamas once and for all, so they cannot have any political ability to control Gaza in the future.
What did you make of that attack on the airport? And I just want to show for everybody here, Israel has an Iron Dome. And we can put it up here on the screen for everybody to see how it works. And obviously, you know this very well, which is this is a way to intercept these missiles that are coming through. But one got through and hit the airport.
Yeah, they have three systems. The Iron Dome defense is rockets against rockets and missiles, and then the mid-course is David Sling, and that's kind of mid-course missiles, some cruise missiles. And then the most advanced ballistic missiles are defeated by Arrow, and also our THAAD missile system, which the United States has given Israel. Those two...
We sent 2 THAAD systems to Israel that cost $1 billion each, depleting our own missile defense. So, you know, if a North Korean, hypothetically, let's say a North Korean missile was fired at, say, I don't know, Dallas, right? Well, there wouldn't be the THAAD system is not there to intercept. So we might see Dallas or Houston deleted.
Systems fail. The Arrow defense system and the THAAD missile system, and this missile was able to penetrate the airport. And it also, a similar missile, penetrated Tel Aviv in December. So obviously the Israelis are doing an autopsy on this. What happened? Why did they have failure? But remember, we take it for granted that if a missile is flying, we can knock it down, because we've seen that technology time and time again. But there's always misses, and we don't really account for the misses very much unless there's casualties as a result of it.
Right, because it's also been so successful.
Here, but nobody killed.
It has been so successful.
Yeah,
there is a
absolutely.
rendering of a possible Golden Dome system here in the United States that we can show for everybody. This would be kind of a similar concept, if you can pull that up and everybody can see. This would be the idea of, you know, some sort of protection. Do you like this idea?
Well, first of all, it's desirable to have a new concept to deal with where technology is going. We can deal with point defense, is what essentially Israel is dealing with there. In other words, defend Washington, D.C., which we're currently doing, defending the West Coast against the North Korean missile attack, ballistic missile attack, which we're currently doing. We can do more of that on the ground than the United States. Not cheap, obviously. But the real threat is coming from hypersonic glide missiles. In the summer of 21, China launched what's called, apologize for the term, fractional orbital bombardment system, a hypersonic missile that was launched off the coast of China, circumnavigated the globe in the southern hemisphere and came back to China. While we knew it launched, we could not track any of it. So being we can't track it, we can't kill it. And advanced cruise missiles are getting to the point where their range is increasing, and likely they may have the capability to do much the same. So given that technology, how do we defend against that? The answer is in space. The point defense system.
So we could just stop genociding kids, or we could spend trillions of dollars in space, and it probably won't even work.
That I just described prior cannot do that. So you need sensors in space, you need interceptors in space. That means weapons on satellites to do all of that. And you need a lot of them because you're dealing with the globe. You're not just dealing with IBM missile coming from Russia or China in the northern hemisphere. These things can circumnavigate the globe. And when they get back into the Earth's orbit, they're moving at 5 times the speed of sound, which is very difficult to defeat even in the Earth's orbit. So, desirable. The big question mark, is it feasible? We've got to do the research.
This country can't build a train line from the 2 of the richest cities in the world, one through developed agricultural land. We can't build a train between LA and San Francisco, and we're going to build a full coverage space interceptor force. You're out of your fucking mind. Oh, God. The United States empire collapsing is kind of... It sucks because I'm an American and I don't want my life, my standard of living to get a lot worse. But holy shit, is this pathetic.
And an analysis to make certain of that before we pour a lot of money at it. Listen, this is a presidential priority, and it has worthiness and desirability. But we got to be careful how far we go before we dump a lot of money on it. We're already going to put $25 billion on it to get us started in this. It could cost hundreds, but we've got to make certain that it is feasible. And I think the administration obviously is aware of that. Secretary Hegseth in the Defense Department is aware of that. I talked to officials.
So in other words, we need to build Space Force to defend Israel doing a genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Which, by the way, I told you they were going to do well over a year ago.
This last week on this very subject. So yes, this is a desirable program. It's in concept and theory phase in terms of its fulfillment, and we've got to do the research and development to make sure that it's feasible.
Such wise thoughts, and thank you for joining us on a Monday. General Jack Keane, thank you.
Yeah, great talking to you and Bill.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my
Pathetic.
That's it. And so anyway,
can anyone explain to me why Asmongold is a pathetic coward and won't debate Hasan? Why is Asmongold such a pathetic coward who won't debate Hasan? Why is he afraid?
And let's call you. I'm not going to talk. Like, why would I talk to Hasan so he can lie and make up a bunch of bullshit like he did with Ethan?
Name one thing he made up.
I'm not going to talk.
What did he make up
to Hasan? I'm not going to go.
He's scared. Look at this scared guy.
And be like, okay, let's explain what it is. I'm watching the clip. I'm not going to explain this. I'm not going to have somebody lie to me. I have no interest and not even a slight desire to have any conversation about it whatsoever. You are expressing material support for a terrorist organization. You do so on a daily basis.
That's not what material support means. That's why they say material. I know he's an illiterate idiot, but material support for terrorism. Financial support, lodging, weapons, personnel. Like, you're not talking about saying the Houthis got Israel. That's not supporting terrorism. Also, Israel isn't the United States. I have freedom of speech. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And that's it. It's literally that simple. It's obvious. And so anyway, I'm like, yeah. And so no, I have no intention of talking or discussing things with anybody. That's it. And so
pathetic. As usual, fucking loser. By the way, Connor Eats Pants looked into that Auk account that's obsessed with stalking me and Hasan.
Dude, this Auk guy is actually... Can we get this guy in here? This guy's actually the biggest loser. It's so funny. He is like actually like a high schooler that just like hates Hasan. And like loves Destiny. He's so awesome. No, he's actually like a funny little dude I like to observe. Y'all seen his kick? That's definitely a 30-year-old. Oh, bro. You got me muting the debate for this. Watch this, bro. Watch this. Watch this. What? Oh, he has clips. No, he deleted his VOD. He used to have his VODs up.
Are you an individualist or a collectivist? Turn on your voice threshold. I'm not doing anything with a... Oh, that's Pickle's nation. What is that?
What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know if it's a good question.
I told you, bro. He's like 12.
I don't think he's 12. Kept Nice, thank you for the 5 zeros. I don't think he's 12. I don't think he's 12. I think he's 30 years old. I just think he sounds like that. I just think he sounds like the average Destiny fan. Like, I just think he sounds like that. That's it. I don't think he's 12. I think he's just what a Destiny fan sounds like. And like Destiny fans, the majority of them are you know, never felt the touch of a woman. Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to find this clip because it's pretty funny. Hold on. I don't know. I have to find it. They did a survey. I can't find it now. They did a survey, but they the vast majority of Destiny's viewers were literally virgins. Oof. Destiny was probably disappointed when he found out he was 12. Well, he wasn't 12? No. Yeah, Destiny. No, dude. Destiny loves teenagers. He's talked about this a lot. He likes teenagers. He likes age play. This guy sounds enough like a teenager that for Destiny it would hit the spot. All right, hold on. Hasan responding to this will be funny.
So, yeah, this is bottle service chatters for nightclubs and I guess like bars as well. Connor is so fucking funny. How does he find this stuff? What is it?
This guy is actually. Can we get this guy in here? This guy's actually the biggest loser. It's so funny. He is like actually like a high schooler that just like hates his son and like loves Destiny. He's so awesome. No, he's actually like a funny little dude I like to
funny
observe.
little gremlin, yeah.
Y'all seen his kick? That's definitely a 30-year-old. Oh, bro. You got me muting the debate for this. Watch this, bro.
Wait, he streams?
What?
He streams?
No, he deleted his VOD. He used to have his VODs up.
Are you an individualist or a collectivist? Turn on your voice threshold. I'm not doing anything with a, that's Pickle's nation. What is that?
What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know if it's a good question.
I told you, bro. He's like 12. Dude, this guy is actually. Can we get this guy in here? This guy's.
I think everyone that watches his kick streams should be on a watch list. Everyone that goes to his community should literally be on a fucking watch list. Bro, that's oh my god, that is crazy, dude. Awk on Fortnite Friday, that would go hard. I would watch that. I would want to know. Asmon's go-to. Scroll down. I think they found a PFP of him. Ain't no fucking way, dude.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
How the fuck?
Whoa, really? Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh wait. We got an Awk picture. Oh come on. We got an Awk picture. Come on. It was Nick. I got baited. Damn. Fuck.
Does he sound like his PFP? I can't believe this is a child. I mean, I can believe it.
No.
He's a journalist through and through.
Somebody, we've got to convince Awk to get on camera. Come on, we gotta convince Awk to get on camera. Also, where is he from? I need to learn more about him. I want to know more about him. Just like he learns about other streamers, we need to learn about him. He's a streamer now. He's a public figure now. We gotta find out about him.
So I get all my news from Fortnite Friday. He streamed once. Everyone made fun of his incel voice, and he hasn't streamed since. Lamau. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's liberal Hitler. That's insane. They clowning on you, bro. From his socials? No, dude, this is not him, you fucking dumbasses. This is the Nicholas Eat Oreos guy. Nick the Oreo got so fat he split off a second, somehow still fat clone of himself.
That's not it, is it? That's Nick Eat Oreo, right? Look at those fucking feet and is this Nick Eat Oreos or is this Ock? Double stuffed? Why are his ankles bigger than his feet?
That's ruthless.
Jesus, that's mean, guys. You shouldn't say stuff like that. My fault for reading the chat.
What's liberal Hitler? Yeet.
By the way, chat, this apparently this hearing was about Tectone's father. I think it's more accurate to say sex crimes. Anyway, it's called Stop. This is the Stop Military Rape hearing.
Today, I would like to tell the story of one of the 8% that were prosecuted. The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital at Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having pornography on his government computer, sexually harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women. 8 women that served under his
And then Tectone was just accused by multiple women of committing sexual violence as well. And he says that he considers his dad to be a hero. His dad was cashiered out of the military. What that means, chat, being cashiered out means that you are forced to leave the military in disgrace, and you're given what's known as a dishonorable discharge. So his father was criminally prosecuted for sexual crimes in the military and then cashiered out with a dishonorable discharge. Holy fuck, that's bad.
Man testified at great cost to their careers and their privacy. Colonel Robertson routinely touched them without permission on their breasts, thighs, and buttocks, and encouraged them to look at pornography computer. Some testified the harassment occurred daily. Sadly, the military careers of these 8 women who bravely did the right thing are almost assuredly destroyed. A major who filed a claim against Robertson said, quote, "I don't know if my career was in jeopardy for doing the right thing. Who in the Corps who supported you is going to trust you in the future," unquote. Despite repeated warnings, Colonel Robertson also emailed pornography to friends and female subordinates. A lieutenant colonel who was the chief nurse under Robertson's command said his command style split the
This is Tectone's dad.
Staff and created a toxic environment. What makes the defense's answer to all these actions? That all of these jokes and the touching were attempts to boost morale. How much more outrageous must the excuse become before we do something about it? So what is the punishment for someone in the military convicted of 14 counts of assaulting and harassing his subordinates who was assigned to protect? Is he sent to prison for being a predator? Is he stripped of his standing in the military?
Yes, I'm 100% serious.
Oh, no. Colonel Robertson was ordered to pay a $30,000 fine over 3 months and spent 3 months in prison. Colonel Robertson will retire from the Army when he finishes his sentence. His conviction won't affect his Army retirement or his federal health insurance. And he will not be required to register as a sex offender.
I think this ended up changing. I think they actually did cashier him out. Tectone is a much more dangerous person than I realize. What, guys? You don't understand. The people. I think you guys don't understand that the people that attack me and Hasan are literally scum. They're literally some of the most evil people on the planet. Like, they're the people that outright support killing kids. If you don't know what's going on in Gaza right now, they're killing everyone. Excuse me. They're killing everyone, man, women, and children. They're starving them to death. They haven't allowed any medical supplies or any food to go in since March. They're bombing everyone. They're demolishing every building, every hospital, every school, every church, every mosque. They're killing everyone indiscriminately. Children, babies, young girls. It doesn't matter. Grandfathers, grandmothers. Everyone is being killed. Everyone. Everyone. And everybody knows it because it's live streamed. If you really want to know if I'm lying or not, you can go and through a couple clicks, you could see endless videos of children being blown to bits. Like, that's literally what's happening. This isn't just drama. It is what is happening, what our government is paying for. Is that any worse than under Biden? No, it's the same exact policy that Biden pursued being continued. What can be done? What do you want me to say? The first thing you could do is you could publicly speak out. He says he idealized his criminal father and has also been accused of sex crimes himself by multiple women. Yes, exactly. You're probably the most correct guy when it comes to predicting shit. I mean, I personally believe that the tide has already turned. With people like Tectone and Asmongold as the face of the right wing, it's fucking Jover, dude. You think that people are going to follow Tectone and Asmongold? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. He's covered in cockroaches. If I had $10 to rub together, I would live better than Asmongold. Like, that's what I mean. Like, even if I was totally broke, if I didn't have $1 to my name, I would still live better than Asmongold. I'd still have more love. I'd still have more support. My life would be significantly better than Asmongold's in every fucking way. Shit. I mean, I dated when I had no money. I had women paying for my fucking rent when I was broke. I don't think I've ever been as sad and pathetic in my life.
Speech, and they're going to let him say that? That's fine. But I want to be able to do a number of other things too myself.
Oh, like what? Like what, dude? Like what? What do you want to do? What? Are you crazy?
By the way, chat, I'm sorry. I mean, we watched a lot of like political stuff today. We watched a lot of the tram shit, and we're talking about politics and what now? Americans abroad. Wait, what happened? American tourist's railing climb goes horrifically wrong. Oh. He tried to climb into an area he wasn't allowed to and fell and got seriously hurt. Dumb.
Crazy supporting. What's happening today? What? I just started, bro. I just started. What is happening? You're a sick, sad human being, dude. How does it feel supporting today? You're a sick, sad human being today. Fox News watchers in the chat. Oh, Asmon's trying to get me banned. Asmongold is telling people to tell Amazon to get me banned. I don't believe that. Asmon is directly calling for your ban at the moment. Asmon just said enough is enough. You need to get banned. Sure, bud. Like 60 seconds ago. The title is true. They're showing the limits of the dome. Yeah, by the way, this is literally, this was the initial, I think this was one of the initial arguments that I got straight out of, like, is a title that I summarized straight off of CNN. Debate Asmon? Oh, I would love to. I don't think he would want to. I think it would be fair if he's calling for my ban. I think it'd be inappropriate if he was running away from having a conversation. I didn't even call for his ban when he was saying that Palestinians are... Yeah, Asmongold loves talking about me. He hates talking to me lately. It's just kind of... He moves in a very different way lately. Wonder why. He says he won't talk to you because you will lie like you do with Ethan. Oh, that's so made. Then call out what I'm lying about. That's crazy. That's so... Oh, that's so pathetic. Trying to demand... Are you... Wait, what is it? Admin literally said the Palestinians have an inferior culture and he didn't get permit and he absolutely should have because this vile racism. Oh, the other side of that is I didn't even demand that he get banned, by the way. That's like... For Mr. Free speech to be chirping this way is so funny.
About, like, for example, the... what do you call it? Like that tier list. I think that's a good example. You did say it? Yeah, no. Okay, no. Oh, you're talking about, like, talking to me. I thought you were talking about the Houthi thing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good example.
I wrote, hey, bud, if you want to talk, I'm free in this chat.
You already said he was lying? Yeah, I mean, to Ethan, yeah, he did. Like, for example, the
he did.
I think the Arab tier list was...
It wasn't the Arab tier list. You're lying right off the bat. It was the Habibi tier list. We could prove it by going and watching it. It is a tier list of who can say Habibi. It wasn't the Arab tier list, you dumb fuck. You called for the extermination of Arabs because they have an inferior culture. You said that. You said that. You did anything. What you did was far worse than what they did, which was not an Arab tier list. It was who has the Habibi pass, which is a fucking joke. You pathetic loser. Okay, that's your example of lying?
Was very obviously a lie. I think you're just trying to misrepresent things. But yeah, he's
calling
you Mr.
He used to be Mr. Reasonable. Remember? Mr. Reasonable.
On Twitch. There's a terms of service for the website. He knows that.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a term of service on YouTube as well. And it's even more restrictive than Twitch. What is he talking about?
He could keep chirping all day, every day. You are expressing material support for a organization. It's so obvious. I have no intention to talk about anybody. It's insane.
You can literally see Ethan Klein, Mike from PA, Sneeko, Asmongold, Jinxie, Scootish. Aw, poor Scootish got a question mark. Denims. VO thinks it's a slur. VO is Middle Eastern. Denims is Arab. Valkyrie, Voice Critical, Ask Permission, Ludwig, Caroline Kwan, Pokimane, Jarvis, Arab Coded, XQC, Jordan Adika, Kai Sanat, Connor, Cotter Eats Pants, Queso, Sketch. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, what are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? Wait, you're on the bottom tier too. Me and Denims are on there with Scootish as a joke because we're friends. Because it's funny. They even gave Nick Merckx an Arab. Like, what are you fucking... It's called jokes. You pearl clutching fucking losers. Like, this is the thing that's funny, is they're not... The thing about Asmongold you have to understand is that the Asmongold viewer and Asmongold, they're not offended by any of this. They're just pretending to be stupid. They're pretending to be stupid for the purpose of their real goal, which is to manipulate Twitch into caving like pathetic fucking losers. Now, Twitch is smarter than that. But I personally think Twitch should ban Asmongold for brigading. I think Asmongold should get banned for brigading, which is against the terms of service. And he should be fucking banned, and they should shut him the fuck up. And they should send a message saying, if you keep brigading, you're going to get permid.
Expressing material support to a organization. Material support. Talk to me. I will be infinitely more charitable to Asmon than he has been to me so far. If he's like demanding that I get banned, he's going to demand I get banned. It's going to go on live stream fail.
Could it be argued that the whole tier list is about a sort of a means to identify as Arab? No, it's about basically how familiar you are with Arab culture, which is a riff off of Casey Tron talking about how she was unfamiliar with Habibi, and when she first heard it, she thought it might be a slur that she couldn't say, which was a joke. She wasn't being serious. And so they riffed off of that to create the Habibi tier list. And liking Sabra hummus is an example of somebody who would be illiterate with Arab culture, because everyone who is familiar with Arab culture and Middle Eastern culture knows that Sabra hummus tastes like shit. So only the most white and unfamiliar person, white meaning not familiar with Arab culture, would choose Sabra hummus. That's the joke. If we're talking about ban-worthy stuff, we should check out on how Asmongold covered the N-word lady.
Trump administration announcing today it will begin offering a $1,000 stipend to undocumented migrants who agree to self-deport to their home countries. The Department of Homeland Security said that it's also paying for travel assistance. And they said people who use their CBP Home app to tell the government they plan to return home will be deprioritized for detention and removal by immigration enforcement. Plus, in what could be a new front of President Trump's tariff war, the president suggested that the movie industry could be his next focus.
Nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry. And I'm saying if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, and we should have a tariff.
The president also said that this weekend he wants to reopen and expand Alcatraz. That's the former notorious prison located off the coast of San Francisco, and he wants to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders there.
I think the best way to describe Donald Trump is a rotten-brained Fox News grandpa. Like, that's really all it is. He watches he's too I mean, there's really nothing more to say.
Live stream fail is going to pump it up, and then Twitch is going to be like, oh my god, we're so scared. Yeah, if anything, I offer material support.
This is my advice to Twitch. Just be like YouTube. Stop taking any TOS guidance from live stream fails or Twitter. Does YouTube ban anybody because people complained? Never. Who gives a shit? And guess what happened? Nobody complains about YouTube TOS. There's not a big network of people complaining about, oh, look at all these people doing risque yoga poses, because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody goes like, oh my god, they're supporting terrorism. Oh my god, oh no. Crying their eyes out. Shut the fuck up. Why does boring genocide have to be attached to such juicy internet drama? It's the most viral YouTube drama in the last decade. Oh man, is Nick DiOrio coming to TwitchCon? Is Nick DiOrio coming to TwitchCon? Oh, please come to TwitchCon, Nick DiOrio. Please, please, please. Nick, come. Please come.
To the nation state of Israel as it's conducting a genocide because I'm a goddamn tax-paying American. Asmon admitted that you didn't lie, however, claims you broke the terms of service of Twitch. Anyway, I'm a free speech guy, but we got to ban this Hasan guy. He's bad.
And so anyway, and let's call you. I'm not going to talk. Like, why would I talk to Hasan so he can lie and make up a bunch of bullshit? Like,
what would I lie and make up a bunch of bullshit about Asmongold? By the way, like,
there's nothing that you need to make up.
I like that this is his calling card now, which, by the way, every single person that loves debate will also absolutely champion this and be like, no, it's not because he's scared, but because he's actually based and you're a liar. Because for a lot of these people, like, even their most favorite thing being debate, being denied to them is still okay as long as they can use that as a cudgel, as they can use it as a sword to wield against me.
He did with Ethan. I'm not going to talk to Hasan. I'm not going to go and...
Did he actually say I lied a bunch when he was reacting to my Ethan? Asmon also watched a Slob Tuber saying that the famine in Yemen was caused by the Houthis and not the Saudis. Oh my God. Oh.
Be like, okay, let's explain what it is. I'm watching the clip. I'm not going to explain this. I'm not going to have somebody lie to me. I have no interest and not even a slight desire to have any conversation about it whatsoever.
Yeah, he would destroy me, and I'm scared. I'm scared of his intellectual prowess. I'm actually very excited that he won't take up my offer of besting me in the marketplace of ideas. And it's certainly not because he has basically carved himself a nice little niche as the top political content creator. And if he were to actually try to have a conversation, a contentious conversation with someone who knows not that much, but just like definitely more than him, he would look like a silly man. And in a way where his audience would recognize it and would not appreciate it. For the record, there has never, ever been a moment where I have been, especially when I'm directly talking to Asmongold. You could say I've been uncharitable when not talking to Asmongold, but about Asmongold. But when talking directly to Asmongold, I have always maintained charity, reacting to the charity that he has given me and my positions in the past. I didn't even call for his ban when he said the Palestinian like they're inferior culture. I never called for his ban, even though his community unironically was like, oh, he wants them to get banned. He caused them to get banned.
Asmongold blames me. I tweeted a clip and said, isn't this bannable? And it got 50,000 likes. So I guess Asmongold. But here's the thing. Asmongold went after me a whole bunch on Destiny's behalf. And I just volleyed it back into his court. You know what I mean? And he ended up taking he ended up taking 14 days on the chin. So, I mean, we can volley back and forth if you want.
You're giving charity to someone who wants your Twitch career to die. I mean, I don't care. Yeah, I know. It's not join the line, you know?
You are expressing material support for a organization.
It just says words. I think I like about Asmongold the most, and the thing I like about these guys the most, is they are actually stupid and they know it, but they enjoy the fact that they're dumb as fuck and people still watch them. They get off on that. The bannable offense is saying the Houthis got through the Iron Dome. That's the bannable offense. The bannable offense is Hasan in his title said the Houthi rockets got through the Iron Dome. And my bannable offense is that I said, with people like Ethan, I really understand why people use empathy. But, you know, in my experience, the carrot doesn't work as well as the stick. Because he's never going to stop attacking you like a fucking lunatic until you push back. Meaning, so the carrot is treating him with empathy and kindness, and the rod or the stick being you push back and you challenge him, you know, in debates and in with your audience, and you debunk his bullshit and you counter it. You don't just ignore him. But they tried to say, what they said is, no, what he means is, he meant you literally use the stick to hit him with the stick. They don't understand metaphor because they're illiterate. They're actually illiterate. They failed 6th grade. I mean, like, of course, the Asmongold community doesn't understand the concept of metaphor and idiom. Dumb fuck.
You do so on a daily basis.
By the way, if I wanted to call for violence, I'd call for it. I'd call for it if I wanted to call for violence. I wouldn't sit here and not call for it. I would call for it if I thought it was justified, but guess what? I don't. So I don't. It's against the rules. I don't do it.
Basis.
Who are you calling an idiom? Yeah.
It's literally that simple. It's obvious.
Based.
What does material support mean? And material support means you physically help the terrorist organization. through services, through training, through giving them money, giving them weapons, transportation, things like that, knowingly help them. Having an opinion about an organization is not material support because we have something called free speech in this country.
Material support for
you look at about as violent as
that's
a blade
right.
of grass.
Every time
Listen,
you get,
I am not somebody that wants to do violence, right? But as you know, a militarily trained person with weapons, with a pilot's license, and who's a gun owner, and who boxed when I was 18 and 19, I know how to commit violence if I needed to, right? Like if somebody tries to roll up on me, they're never going to catch me slipping. It's just not going to happen. But I don't advocate for violence, right? I don't advocate for that. I like to be nice to people.
you guys subscribe to me, where do you think that money's going, dude? You think that's money? Do you think that money's going to the mansion fund? No. Little does Asmongold know, I am actually funding and offering material support. I'm an American taxpayer. What do you think our tax dollars go to? That's actually kind of a banger. I'm gonna probably repost this Keemstar drama alert
Military
tweet.
doesn't teach you to fight. Well, I've been shooting since I was 12 as well. Boy,
with that commentary on it. This is the funniest.
This is fucking base, though. Hold on, we got to take a second to derail. Zoran's mayoral campaign looks like a presidential campaign rally. Look at this guy, chat. Make sure you volunteer with this man, and if you're in New York, get involved.
Are you ready for a city we can afford? Are you ready to win this race? I said, are you ready to win this race?
I like that he's doing it on his own and not being considered a puppet of Bernie and AOC, but as I just tweeted, it is a scandal if they don't get behind him. If they don't have a massive rally against oligarchy with him as a fucking headliner before the election, I swear to God, I'm going to be fucking furious. If they try to endorse like 3 people out of the corner of their mouths, I'm going to be fucking furious. He is the left-wing choice. It's him or Cuomo, period. I don't understand it. I assume there's things going on behind the scenes that we're not privy to.
This is the funniest response to this, by the way. Okay. In a 2022 stream, Asmongold said he never used add-ons for World of Warcraft raiding, but a clip from his own stream showed him using DBM, Deadly Boss Mods, during a raid, directly contradicting his claim. Look who's talking about lying. Got him, dude.
My feeling about Asmongold in general is there but the grace of God go I or you, right? Like, as I said earlier, Asmongold is just, if everything goes wrong in my life, I still won't be in as bad a shape as Asmongold is as a multimillionaire. Isn't that fucking incredible? Like, no matter how bad my life gets, it'll never be as bad as Asmongold as a multimillionaire. That's fucking inspiring, dude.
Asking the phone to a New York City it girl, a fighter for reproductive freedoms, and someone who's going to endorse the next mayor of New York City.
I'm passing the phone to the next mayor of New York City who's going to make New York happier, healthier, and more affordable.
And I'm passing the phone back to the people of New York City because we have 51 days to win this election. 51 days to turn the page on a chapter of failed leadership in our city, and 51 days to finally deliver a city that New Yorkers can afford.
I'm passing the phone.
This is Kamala Harris's stepdaughter endorsing Zoran. The momentum.
Wait, what?
You know what I said
last week?
Did I say mayor? Did I say something else? Mayor? Yeah.
When Asmongold shows more humanity than leftists, this person posted, 28,000 likes. Last week, Asmongold suggested Ethan Klein should stop having Tourette's on camera because it made him look bad.
Like the live streaming.
If you want to understand the disingenuous nature of all of these charlatans and grifters, look no further than, I don't know, what they've... New York Times posted your story on their IG. Dude, New York Times is so funny. They're trying to get me...
Like him live streaming with like those ticks and stuff like that. I think it does delegitimize him and it makes him look unhinged because people don't understand like what Tourette's is. Like, for example, if you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, I used to cover my mouth a lot whenever I would smile because I was missing all my teeth here, right? And so I didn't want people to see that because I thought it would look bad. So in often cases...
Isn't it interesting what people like Asmongold think looks bad? Right? You know, he's surrounded by trash. He's got cockroaches crawling over him, but he's ashamed about his teeth. Yo, bro, you stink! Maybe you shouldn't be so... I don't know. That's really weird to tell not to defend Ethan, but like, this is Ethan Klein's new allies. Ethan, look at your allies, man. Look at your allies. Ethan Klein thinks he's going to be considered progressive at the end of this. Ethan Klein thinks he's going to be brand safe and progressive at the end of this. They're not allied? Yes, they are. Cute. Ethan Klein and Asmongold are on the same side. Ethan Klein and, you know, the genocidal Zionist entity of Israel and Asmongold are on the same side. You're in denial if you don't recognize that. Like, Asmongold is the biggest Israel first content creator on the internet.
There are things that you probably just shouldn't display to your audience, or you should try to avoid displaying to your audience, even though there are parts...
Bro, this is him trying to demonstrate empathy. That's crazy. Dude, this is such a... Dude, this is such a crazy way to try and...
Okay, we've got ourselves finally... At least Asmongold has some shooters. It's been so boring fighting with Ethan Klein alone, because Ethan Klein doesn't have any fans at all. At least Asmongold has some fans. At least Asmongold has a couple, shooters. Or at least people that are not shooters, but like, internet anonymous threateners. Okay. You got banned for putting a hit out. You need healthcare down there. Are you Canadian? Are you Canadian? Is Hasan expressing support for a terrorist organization, not against TOS? He didn't express support for them. He just said that they're the lesser of two evils against Israel, and that their actions of fighting against Israel were justified under international law. He didn't say he supports them. I don't agree with them. I'm a left-winger. I don't agree with the Houthi movement. I don't agree with Hamas. They are right-wing conservatives but they're defending against genocide. So just like Churchill and Stalin could ally together to kill the Nazis, I don't think that whining, complaining about Hamas is right in the context of civilians being genocided. Okay? I think it's a weird thing to obsess over while the IDF is killing kids with our money. You fucking bitch-made loser. Kidnapping innocent workers that have nothing to do with the conflict. Guess what? United States does this all the time. Here, I'll give you an example. The U.S. did the same thing. The U.S. just seized 4 Iranian ships taking fuel to Venezuela. And they stole, it's like $70 million worth of property, not including the ships. Why? What do these sailors have to do with America not liking Iran? But yet they were seized. The United States exercised power to stop trade because it doesn't like the governments of Venezuela and Iran. So do you support America? Well, I guess you're now supporting terrorism and the seizure of innocent workers. Oh, wait. It's okay when the U.S. does it. Gotcha. Gotcha. I'm not debating the morality of the U.S. government at all. Coward. Coward. Why are you being a coward? You're supporting them. Why are you running away from it? Why are you running away from what you're effectively trying to do? Oh, wow, VO, that's a charcuterie plate. Holy shit, chat. VO just made me a charcuterie like heap. We've got like, look at this. We've got like mangoes. We've got like really nice salami, cheeses, dried fruits, fresh fruit. There's olives in here. Mango spears. Holy shit. Thank you. Dried apricots. Damn, that's a good snack. Thank you, VO. All right. Supporting terrorist organizations is apparently against TOS. Asmon's argument has nothing to do with U.S. law. Asmongold is the TOS enforcer now. Who elected Asmongold TOS enforcer? First of all, that's not what Hasan was doing, number one. And number two, who elected him TOS enforcer? And guess what? Nobody, because guess who's not banned? Me. Looks like Asmongold also didn't get Hasan banned. Looks like it failed yet again. Looks like you're going to have to be a hall monitor another day. The teacher didn't agree.
And demonstrate empathy with a person who has like Tourette's and has uncontrollable tics by being like, yeah, you should just like try to stop that actually. Yeah, I think that's how that works, man. You just go, I'm trying really hard. Like, how the f is he supposed to turn off his Tourette's, dude? What the f? Like, there are, it's not like hygiene, dude. You can't just like brush your Tourette's away, you know, like you'd brush your teeth.
Well, he doesn't know how to do that either. Israel plans to occupy and flatten all of Gaza if no deal by Trump's trip. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. But this is just genocide. This is just genocide. By the way, chat, I just looked and see, when did I predict that this would happen? I firmly remember all of Israel's defenders in the media scoffing at the idea that there would be a genocide or ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. How many of them will come out publicly and apologize? October 16th, 2024. You can't hide behind ignorance anymore. You are a supporter of racism, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. Listen, I know Biden is supporting the fascist far-right government of Benjamin Netanyahu while it does ethnic cleansing, but look at all the good things we're getting from Biden, like massive new oil export terminal that will destroy the planet. Here's from last year. The frequency of calls for genocide and ethnic cleansing is growing from members of the Israeli government. Anyone who denies the clear evidence of genocidal intent should also be held responsible. Like, I've been calling that this would happen, and I've been predicting it for years now.
Your identity, because it could lead people to have conclusions about you or draw those.
No, he straight up said he was a bad person. Stolen valor. It wasn't me displaying humanity. It was my mods.
Conclusions that are not charitable. And I know it might sound like a heartless thing to say, but I'm a pragmatic person, and I'm just being honest. And trying to look out for what I think is in somebody's best interest.
What an insane. Yeah, thank you for looking out for Ethan's best interest by saying, just shut your ticks off, dude.
And sometimes that means telling them something they might not want to hear. Like,
it's not something that he might not want to hear because it's like,
Israel fails to intercept Houthi missile targeting its main airport, showing the limits of U.S. efforts to weaken the group. You're supporting terrorism! You're reporting the news! You're supporting terrorism! Oh! I know it sounds terrible, but Ratman needs a little medicine. I'm worried about him too, honestly. Anyway, chat, I just realized something. We're 4 hours into the stream. If you've been enjoying this stream, or you just want to piss these people off, you can support the stream by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. It's pretty incredibly easy. You can piss off Asmon. Oh my god, you want to see something hilarious, chat? Oh god. TikTok. Oh, hater behavior. Come on, come on. Oh no. Tiny, link me the thing. It used to like come up. It used to just come up on Tickety Talk.
You were cursed to live forever.
Why is there a puzzle piece? Like, why is this a thing? I need to lower my sensitivity on this mouse. I want my hater behavior video. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Mike from PA, who is as hideous on the inside as he is on the outside.
That's right.
Which is rare. Mike from PA, enemy of the show. This dick-riding communist, bad empanada.
By the way, we attacked them. By the way, we attacked them. By the way,
Mike from PA and Frogan, fierce warriors. People like all these fucking journalists. Mike from PA. All these people, they are fucking co-signing. They are participating, and they are reading this type of deranged, inhuman cruelty. She's hyping up Mike from PA, who is literally the picture of like, oh, this man is, he is not a healthy man. I'm calling out supporters of Snark, such as Mike from PA and all these leftist commentators who think they can get one up on me by sicking and participating and legitimizing the most crazed psychopaths on the internet.
People tend to hate people who are successful. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think success is what makes people hate you. I think it's success in spite of your efforts. You know what I mean? Like, when someone succeeds and you don't want them to succeed, that causes bitterness. That causes you to be a hater, right? Like, if I was failing, you think Ethan Klein would be bringing up 10-year-old articles to try to say that I did X, Y, and Z bad thing? If I wasn't one of the more successful political streamers on Twitch, do you think any of these people would give a about me or bother insulting me?
I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing. But
we only have 6,927. We're at 6,927. We're dangerously close to a hype train. And every time he sees my sub count, he gets angrier. So keep Ethan Klein mauled. By the way, they don't know who I am, guys. They've said this. What do you mean? We don't know why he's attacking us. Why is he attacking us? He's being so mean to me.
But it is what it is.
They would ignore me. I wouldn't matter. But the fact that, you know, we find them stupid and we're not intimidated and we're not scared and we're living our best lives, that's what they're mad about. H3, where they found out your average viewership.
3.8K average.
How much?
Right now, the past 30 days, 3.8.
Okay.
Wild.
Yeah, I know.
Like
the fact that they're able to succeed is a condemnation of the entire movement. Mike from PA, who is as hideous on the inside as...
God, that's such a good line. That's such a banger. The fact that he succeeds is a condemnation. Holy fucking shit. That's so awesome, dude. The Doctrine of Surrender TikTok broke 50K views. Holy shit. One of my fan channels got a banger?
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable, yeah.
This is the doctrine of surrender, by the way, Chad. This is a pathetic move, but you should be aware of it. It's an advanced move. So basically what you do is you stipulate things that are fatal to your position, but then you very quickly move on. Then you don't allow the person to establish that surrender as important and as proving their point. You just surrender that point and then move on. And then if somebody brings up the fact that you did that, you go, but I surrendered. Why are you being so mean to me? And you make it about emotion, make it about tone instead of logic. Because what he just said, which is we should cut off military aid to Israel, is a far left position that he does not believe. But he's saying it now because in the moment, he just asserted that Israel can fight this war without the U.S. He was proven wrong. Instead of realizing that the United States is basically doing this genocide, he then says, like, well, I don't think we should give them military aid. Well, okay. Then why are you attacking every single person who advocates to stop giving the military aid, Ethan? Because you don't actually want the United States to stop giving Israel aid. You don't want to actually acknowledge that Israel wouldn't be able to do this genocide without the U.S. And therefore, you don't want to acknowledge that protesting Israel in the United States is not anti-Semitic. It is supporting a position you claim to have, which is incoherent. Why should $330 billion of American... Look at this, guys. Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. aid. From 1946 to 2024, the United States has given Israel $330 billion. Second place is Egypt. Why do you think it's Egypt? Because we're trying to keep Egypt from being an enemy of Israel. So you can really say we've given $500 billion to Israel and Egypt for the purpose of keeping Israel propped up. $500 billion. American tax money go to Israel, Ethan. And like, this is the most pathetic part. This is where the debate is lost. Actually, you could just end the debate here. He lost the debate. Oh man, I bet you these people are mauling. I swear people don't understand the nuanced take. Like, there are three camps: genocide in Palestine, genocide Israel, and a two-state solution. No, but nobody wants genocide Israel. Even Hamas doesn't call for genociding Israel. That's not even true. They released a new charter over like 20 years ago at this point. Well, hold on, let me see what exactly the date was. I don't want to get this wrong. The Hamas charter, okay, it's the 2017, so it's a little, it's like 8 years ago. Okay. It accepted the idea of a Palestinian state within the 1967 borders, aka it accepted the idea of a two-state solution on the condition that Palestinian refugees were allowed to return to their homes. There's this two-state solution right there. This is Hamas. Oh, anyway, let's go back to this. Oh my God, he did this exact tactic over and over in the Hasan debate. Exactly. Yes, it was constant. He also used it to quickly dismiss Hasan's questions and just get to this, regardless of what he surrendered to. And this is what I was trying to tell you, chat. By the way, chat, we have a hype train going on. The top sub gifter and the top bit donor get the hype train conductor badge next to their name. And we are at 6,949. I'm coughing a lot today. Sorry. Subs. We are just 51 subs away from hitting 7,000 again. Anyway, the top sub gifter, top bit donor get the hype train conductor badges next to their name. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the stream. It means a lot. This is the perfect takedown for real. This is the thing is Ethan agrees on almost all the big picture questions. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He thinks that there's the apartheid wall in West Bank is justified. He said, like, maybe Israelis could live next to Palestinians in 50 years. He justifies Gila committing an illegal raid in Ramallah. Like, give me a fucking break.
Like a cold hard truth, man. I'm sure a person with Tourette's for 40 years of his life is very aware, especially considering he spent the last 2 decades in front of a camera on how people read into it. What the, yeah, he knows, dude. I mean, I know he knows. You know, that's crazy. What an insane thing to say. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Asmongold was also trying to get me banned. I said free speech defenders when you say anything that isn't a slur.
Check Hasan's stream title. He's so happy.
Also, what about this?
We're at 6,956 subs.
This implies happy. Like, what the? I say, Houthi show the limit of Iron Dome. Like, that is literally the condensed. That is a condensed news title on my Twitch stream, which was like, this is literally just like a condensed news title of this, okay? The CNN celebrating it, dude. You're a loser, you support groups, you're nothing but a loser. Keep crying, dude. He sees this article headline that is like literally the condensed version of this, okay? Showing the limits of U.S. efforts to weaken the group. But in any case, let's take a look at what Asmongold said when he read this.
What is it? Houthis show the limit of the Iron Dome. I'm gonna be honest. I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time.
That's my limit. All right. I've been pretty reasonable. I'm gonna be honest. But this is actually a bridge too far, dude. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. Meanwhile, every day, this reasonable guy goes live and is saying he wants to do Pokemon Ash Ketchum-All style extraction operation, kidnapping operations alongside the Department of Homeland Security with Tom Homan.
One other thing. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Like, I feel like it's probably at least 5% chance, right?
That's the, yeah, my stream title is
I think
material.
he should do it. I think he should do it. I think he should do it. Chat, we are now 11 subs away from 6969. That's our new goal. That's our sub goal for the day. 6969.
Support.
I think they should ban him. I do. This is expressing material support.
I feel like a lot of this comes from the fact that Asmongold and Ethan Klein and Destiny are so uneducated surrounding politics in general. We did it, chat. We hit 6969. They're so uneducated about politics in general that they don't know that reporting the news and having commentary around it is not support. That's just commentary. And that in a robust democracy, you need to have this. That's what makes our country stronger. If you make, excuse me, if you make protesting against government policy illegal, then the government's going to keep doubling and tripling down on policies that don't work. Ham and fist with the 20 bomb, and Marx and me with the 25 bomb on Marx's birthday. We have now smashed through 7,000 subs. So Ethan Klein, you can now rest easy knowing that I'm between 7,000 and 8,000 subs again. You're welcome, Ethan.
Group that is
material support based on Mike's description. It's not my description. That's federal law. It's not federal law. Even it wouldn't even be against federal law to say that you like that what happened with the Houthis. And I don't think it should be against the rules at all to say that. Even if it's not against the law, I also don't think it should be against the rules. I think you should be allowed to say that people resisting the United States of America are justified. That should be allowed. Whether you agree with that or not, it should be allowed to be said. That's what free speech means. Now, I don't think it's a particularly good strategy politically because Americans are biased towards supporting our troops because a lot of people support in the military come from our communities. And so people see that as, siding against them. I think politically it's bad and hyperbolic as far as elections in the US. But as far as like a position that a private person or a commentator wants to make, they can make that. Who gives a fuck? That's literally censorship. And if you're going to try to claim the United States is better than China, the only thing the United States used to be better on was that you could burn an American flag. You could say it was good for an American soldier to die. Now, I'm not saying that, but that freedom of speech is what makes America strong because we allow and we feel self-confident enough to have somebody burning the American flag or have someone wishing that, for American soldiers to be defeated. And guess what? America is strong enough to handle it. But I think the fact that people like Asmongold are starting to freak out over it is a sign that America isn't strong enough anymore. That's the true sign of weakness. The worst part about China is that people are not allowed to truly criticize the state. I think that's the worst part, that people feel concerned that they're going to go to, get in trouble for criticizing the state in good faith. The fact that there's a kind of a chilling effect. That's the worst part of the country. Right? America, everything sucks except for the fact that we can say, fuck you, Trump. That's the only thing that makes our country any worthwhile. But there's a lot of places where you're not allowed to do that, and that sucks shit.
Oh, man. Maybe it's because he's taking this position because he had a brilliant foreign policy analysis. And in that brilliant foreign policy analysis against like what America should do to the Houthis, he was like, yeah, just bomb them. Bomb them and back to the Stone Age based. Bomb them back to the Stone.
Oh, shit. We passed 92,000 followers. Let's go. I wanted to hit 100. Like my goal at the start of the new year was to hit 100,000 followers on Twitch. And because because I stream early in the morning, people are not awake to raid into me. So I have to slowly gut you guys in here through the algorithm and through collabs. So I'm slow, and I'm not exactly the most, how do I put this? Thumbnail worthy click. You know what I mean? Israel is rolling out his plans to take over the entirety of the Gaza Strip as we speak. Yeah, and where is Asmongold? Asmongold is trying to silence the people that are protesting it, right? If Asmongold is more pro-Palestinian than he is pro-Israeli, which he's not, he's a puppet of Israel. He loves Israel. He loves Netanyahu. He loves that we give all our money to Israel. I fixed my sleep schedule so I could wake up early to watch your streams. That's another mic from PAW.
Stone Age, dude. What the do you think material support means, man? What does expressing material support mean? Please explain. Material support is unironically the language that he learned from the Trump administration. Material support means sending arms or money or some kind of like direct munitions, something like that, to a organization. He learned about it when he most likely learned about it when he saw the Mahmoud Khalil arrest, because the State Department erroneously claimed that Mahmoud Khalil was offering material support to terror groups. He wasn't, and that is like at the heart of the point of contention. But yeah, Central Committee is right. Money, training, weapons, transportation, or any tangible...
Oh, where you go? It's me. Mike from PA is right. Well, look at that. Central Committee is right. Look at
that. Or intangible property. And of course, that's not something that I have the capability of doing. That's not, it's just not something that I can do. It's impossible for me to do. And if I were to actually do it, I would have been in prison by now. Okay. What Asmongold is trying to do is repeat what the repeat what the administration erroneously claimed about Mahmoud Khalil, which is kind of at the heart of his false detainment, his false detention, and possible deportation proceedings. Because you can't just do material support through even coming out and being like, the Houthis are actually on the right side of this conflict as they stand against Israel's genocide. Like that's not material support. That's in terms of like what these are doing, describing their militancy in the Red Sea as a matter of international law is not even express support for the Houthis in a way where it's like a bannable offense. It's like saying I love Cuba. Okay, Cuba is technically a state sponsor of. If I say I love Cuba, which by the way I'm unironically about to go to Cuba to begin with, if I were to say I love Cuba and I think like the Cuban medical program is great, and then Twitch banned me for that, that would be insane. And it's the same thing for Yemen. Sounds like you are scared you are about to be banned, brother. Being banned from Twitch is the least of my worries in this day and age, I think. Are you sure that's the smartest idea right now? Potentially. Why did you assume this was about you, buddy? Is this because you know you're pushing propaganda, which is against TOS? Wait, where did I say this was about me?
What's against Twitch TOS? Being a sexual assaulter off platform.
Me?
What's against Twitch TOS? Being a sexual assaulter off platform. That's against the TOS too.
Where does it say that? No, I'm just saying it'd be awesome if you left Twitch. Does he not understand words? Like what? I didn't say this is about me. I'm just saying it'd be awesome if you left Twitch. I was like, oh no, what will anyone do if the bald pervert leaves the Twitch platform for good? Tectone literally links a video of Hasan right below the tweet. You're such a pussy liar. What the great video covering all the it's worse than you think. Subscribe if you got a sec. Appreciate y'all. The Hasan situation is actually way worse. Free speech warriors, when they see something. Yeah,
I think honest to God, the funniest thing about this is they think they can bother us. I'm completely honestly, I love it. I fucking love it, dude. Like, I have my own huge audience, so this literally doesn't even affect me. All that it does is give me another couple hundred mad little boys.
I'm sorry, man.
Increase my engagement.
I'm sorry that I think Lolly is gross. I know. I know that hurts your feelings. Didn't Tectone do some sexual assault or something? I think so, yeah. I haven't really kept up. Dudes are siding with Tectone. Let them, bro. That's, if you want to go down that route, it's not gonna be good for you,
Targeting civilians and has killed people. I have been very reasonable about this for a very long period of time, but we have crossed into the threshold of...
Someone should ask Asmongold if supporting the state of Israel on Twitch is a bannable offense. If that's his line, killing civilians and if that's what he considers to be a moral line in the sand.
In plain English,
yeah, I saw
supporting
that.
Oh wait,
the
sorry.
Gender
He
reveal
thinks they're an
explosion is fucking
inferior
disgusting,
culture.
dude.
He thinks Palestinians are an inferior culture, so they deserve to be. That's what he said. So I don't think he cares. That's right.
Organization that is actively attacking civilians. This is totally unreasonable. There's no justification for this. There's no way that this is okay.
Okay, I didn't listen to this full clip beforehand. If I did, I wouldn't have said free speech defenders when you say anything that isn't a slur. Because holy dude, what is this? I need to prove that Asmongold's being paid to say this. I am once again asking you to do this. What? I don't think Asmongold's being paid to say this. I don't think Asmongold cares about the money. If Asmongold was getting...
Asmongold is just... Okay. Asmongold just wants to be famous. He just wants to be known and talked about. He's not really money motivated. He's attention motivated. He wants to feel like important. That's it. It's not very complicated. And he's a fascist.
20K live viewers saying this, he would stop saying it tomorrow. Trust me. I know what he cares about, and I know it is not money. He already has an endless amount of it. Okay? If he was getting 10,000 views per video instead of 1 million when he was saying this, he would have stopped a long time ago. Okay? He doesn't give a about the money. He doesn't even spend all of his money. He doesn't spend any of his money. Look at him. Even purchase soap. You think he has a lot of expenses
on video? I think that if Twitch doesn't do something about it, Amazon needs to find out that this is happening.
Dude, dude, oh my God, he's actively talking about calling out Amazon. You are such a dude. You are such a oh my God. Imagine trying to go up the rank and be like, Amazon, please, this guy is covering geopolitical conflict. What about you? What are you doing every goddamn day? Is there a day? The Mr. R-word sayer who has famously been like, that is actually awesome, is a more marketable figure for Amazon.
What Asmongold doesn't understand is that there's a thermostatic effect, man. Things swing back. Things swing back. Remember that, buddy.
This is a crazy, crazy level of extremism that should not be anywhere on the platform. And again,
the New York Times profile made so many butts hurt hard. Yeah.
If Twitch wants to say that they care about free speech and they're going to let him say that, that's fine. But I want to be able to do a number of other things too myself.
Oh, what do you want to say? Asmongold, say it. Go on your Twitter. It's the fascist platform. You can say what you want. Say, I want to be able to say this about black people, this about Asian people, this about, Arab people, this about Jewish people. Go out there, say it, man. Show me what you've got.
Oh, like what? Like what, dude? Like what? What do you want to do?
You want to type it one letter at a time. Type it one letter at a time, you little bitch.
Defended the AFD today. Yeah, the German government's about to make them a far-right terror organization. We shouldn't be getting our nose from the German government, even though that is a good thing that they're doing that to the AFD. But, I would have been in prison in Germany a long time ago. Thank God. After this, he defended AFD in his chat were saying Ausländer raus, alluding to great replacement, etc. I mean, Ausländer raus is great replacement. It's just Nazi shit.
But if we have a rule...
Burgos, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs.
Rule set, and the rule set says you can't do this, then...
Bro, what can't you say? Like, what more do you want to say? I almost want to hear what Twitch would let him get it. Like, I almost want to hear what he wants to say. What are those things that you want to say? Like, you already say everything. Just the N-word with a hard R. Is that what it is? He's going to get banned. He's going to do a fundraiser like the lady.
Is it a rule set or not?
I need to know. I need to know what he wants to say. Oh my God, oh my God, this is tweaking my brain. He already says heinous on a daily basis. I don't know. I truly thought he had already maxed out on, saying heinous stuff. Also, here's Asmongold talking about attacking civilians.
Oh boy. It's like, imagine you're in this canoe and you see this video, you're like, oh.
Like, what kind of militant would be in a canoe?
Man. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm going home, man.
Maybe that's why he's mad, because he was like really banking on Trump's endless bombing campaigns actually being an active deterrent. He's saying you're afraid of.
This is what happens when we do that.
Yemen's Houthis have released footage they say shows the wreckage of a downed U.S. drone. The armed group says it was intercepted using a domestically manufactured surface-to-air missile. And media are reporting that drone was shot down over Al Jauf province in the east. The U.S. has been carrying out airstrikes on Houthi positions in Yemen in response to the Houthis targeting Israeli-linked ships in the Red Sea. The group says the attacks are in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Mohammed Al-Attab joining us from the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. So tell us more about the Houthis saying they've shot down an American drone.
So we had a U.S. F-18 fell off the deck because they had to do evasive maneuvers to avoid Houthi fire. U.S. drones are being shot down. This is like the 20-something expensive U.S. These are Reaper drones. These are full-size, heavy-duty drones, not light drones. These are like $10, $20 million a pop. And there's no sign whatsoever that the Houthis have been impeded in any way. So all that's happened is American deterrence is being undermined.
Yes, according to the Houthis military spokesperson Yahya Sariyah, he mentioned that they have shut down this 18th MQ-9 reconnaissance drone over the sky of Al Jawf, just northeast in the Yemen. He has witnessed that. He says that it was carrying out hostility actions, and also in order to put an end to their.
I think a lot of Americans don't really understand that the Houthis are probably one of the most hardened militant groups in the entire world. They've been fighting, they overthrew their government, and they defeated a Saudi-led coalition that was trying to depose them. Even as the Saudis did a full blockade and caused like a genocidal starvation to happen in Yemen. With U.S. aid. U.S. aid against Yemen. Now the U.S. is directly fighting the Houthis. We just got defeated by the Taliban. And we're fighting somebody who's even harder core than the Taliban. Even more strong than the Taliban. The Taliban ain't shit compared to the Houthis. The Houthis are way more advanced than the Taliban. So we literally lost to the fucking Taliban. And then we're going to fight the Houthis, which are way stronger. This is actually so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable.
Solidarity actions with the Palestinians. So we are talking about nearly 22 MQ-9 drones have been shot down by the Ansar Allah over the whole period. But since the start of their solidarity with the Palestinians, they have shut down nearly 18 MQ-9 drones. Including another kind of or type of drones, which is known as the Giant Shark, which was also shut down nearly 1 week ago. So we are talking about that they are working out in order to put to prevent the United States reconnaissance over the territories that they control.
Muhammad, dozens of people have been killed over the past couple of days in Yemen as Washington keeps up its military strikes against the country. How are people coping with this? Mohammed Al-Attab, are you still with us?
Also, we could talk about the impact of the continued United States air bombardment of different areas under the control of the Ansar Allah. We are talking about the continued bombardment of the capital Sana'a. Last night, they have bombarded the Sab'in district, and according to media outlets that belong to the Houthis, they have bombarded around about in the Sab'in district. At least 3 people have been killed there. And also we are talking about over the past 24 hours that the United States fighter jets have bombed the mountain of Nuqam.
I think the one problem that a lot of people that are not white like Westerners don't understand is that white Westerners do not see you as people. Like, I need you to understand this. If you're not a Westerner or you're not an American, it may be hard to understand this as real, but Americans and Westerners, as a rule, don't consider people that are outside of our regions to be worth the same. Now, I believe in all humanity being equal. I think a person born in Congo is worth just as much as a person born in the United States as far as value. But a lot of Americans are very comfortable with seeing children get blown apart as long as they're not from one of the Western countries. I don't know what it's going to take to change that. I'm working on trying to change that, but it's so disgusting to see.
Of your community, so you can't concede any ground on. So you say wild. Dude, I yell at my community more than he does. He's so made. He literally can't even stream on his main channel because he was afraid of criticism. What are you talking about? I literally say everything with my whole goddamn chest. The idea that I'm afraid of my audience, the way that I'm audience captured, this meta is so clear cut a form of projection that is insane to me, because it's literally only commentators, only other people that engage in commentary, political commentary, actually say this all the time. And the reason why they say this is because they actually fear their audience. They might be, to a certain degree, audience captured. Because why? What do you mean? I yell at the dinguses in my audience on a daily basis. How many goddamn clip compilations are out there of me freaking out on some chatter that's like being too woke? The entire purpose of woke of the day is when people speak out of turn and say some dumb, presenting themselves as the moral authority of being the leftier than thou asshole that everybody hates being around. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's so funny people say that. And also, you're so scared that you're gonna talk to someone who knows maybe a little bit more than you about the issues that you speak on, that ultimately you're going to look like a fool in front of your audience. They're going to dunk on you, so you don't even want to do that. Asmongold is terrified of saying something his chat in general doesn't agree. Yeah.
Yeah, bomb you, man. Yeah.
Are the airstrikes?
Anyway.
All right, chat. I feel like we've dealt with this dumb fucking drama bullshit for the time being. It feels like it's pretty stale to me. We'll deal with whatever emerges in the future. Politics is back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody gives me charity. I've never been given charity. The only time I was given charity was when I debated Destiny the first time, and at the end of that debate, he said that I was like a life-changing experience. You know what I mean? It's like if somebody has sex for, has an orgasm for the first time. That's how he described my debate with him. It was like a life-changing experience. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna call it a day there. Thank you everybody for hanging out again. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. Here's all my links. Make sure you're following my TikTok. Get in the TikTok. Subscribe to the TikTok. Big things are happening. Big things are happening with the TikTok. All right, everybody. Stay safe out there. Who else should I send you to? You know what? Condition Bleen is streaming. He is one of my mods. Really cool guy. Longtime supporter of this channel. And he has a really cool retro stream.
I'm in.
Where this is all in real life. This is a camera shooting this setup. These are all real CRT monitors. So it's a really cool retro style. I like it. Really professionally done. Say hi to Condition Bleed for me. Thank you everybody for all the support. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for all the subscriptions. 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Completely free. I'll see you soon. Peace.